Hello, dungeon delvers and random audiences. I don't know who watches this. Probably no one. Uh, Welcome to our second session of our Daggerheart playtest. We are unfortunately down two people today, so we're just gonna have a little bit of fun. It's not gonna be the longest session, but we're just gonna go. Yeah. Last we left off, you guys dealt with a group of bandits in a social encounter that I did not plan to be social at all. Uh, Learned a little bit that these are elven ruins that you're amongst as the bandits uh, flee, you only leaving them with a little bit of food provisions, but everything else you took from them, their weapons essentially, and their money.
You're welcome for that, by the way.
And their hidden money.
Eventually, you
'Cause
all.
wasn't there some hidden in the food? If I remember right, there was some hidden in the food provisions.
Yeah, there
Yes.
was more money.
I think I
I
think
think
it
it
was
was.
Mort
Uh,
that thought to check the food.
I thought about as a joke maybe if there was like drugs,
Yeah.
but what with money, I didn't want to go too crazy. Uh, Eventually, you all come to rest pretty close to these ruins. Amongst the ruins, close to the ruins, I would say it's your three choice. Would you be trying to make camp within the ruins, or would you be trying to make camp outside of them,
I
away
I
from the
would
ruins?
suggest I would suggest inside because the previous camp was slightly outside, and we have a suspicion how that ended.
Yeah,
I would have, I would have suggested the same spot. Just to, that would really solve where they went if the same thing happened to us. But she could be persuaded that that's not the smartest choice.
I think that with Mork and Haas currently indisposed, probably
Mork
probably
will
would be
sleep here
best.
now.
Probably would be best to have our backs to a sturdy structure.
Of course, these are orc ruins. We'll sleep in orc territory. Uh, Haas begins to carefully set up his stuff, and Mork just. I don't think Mork really sets up anything. He just kind of plops down, and he even told me this. He sleep in a previous message like 2 weeks ago. Mork sleeps on rocks sometimes, so he's literally gonna put a rock under his head for the pillow.
I kind of have this image of like that Jason Momoa thing with the folding chair, only it's just like a bedroll. He just snaps it out, lays it wherever, and he's gone.
Yeah, probably. He's immediately out. Haas seems like I'll just say they prepare their normal way of resting. I don't know too much about Haas to know how they prepare for their nights. But eventually you all come to set up a camp within these ruins. Maybe I chose the wrong music for this. Hold on.
The stuff that she was transcribing earlier, you said those were like broken pieces. They were like still stuck in a wall anymore, right?
Yeah, they were pieces of stone that had been like fractured and broken off of something, and they're kind of around. You see like You don't see like a whole conversation or a whole sign or a whole message engraved in stone. It's kind of their broken pieces of it.
Okay, I think she would have taken them with her to wherever we're camping at the moment, just to see if she can like puzzle them together a little bit better, see if she can find out anything more from them than when she did earlier.
Yeah. Indeed,
Because
you
real archaeologists know that translating things is a pain in the ass.
may. You gather up those that you can see. The ruin itself appears to not be. It's like a little settlement. Not even a settlement. Judging by like where the ruin starts and where it ends, at least from what you can see, it's like it housed no more than 6 or 7 structures of elven make. Just a little outpost, essentially, here in the middle of the woods. But broken down and long lost to time.
And you said originally I had transcribed it as like a memorial.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I
It
take
would.
terrible notes.
You're unsure if it was like a place that actually like buried the dead, but it was definitely like the wording was inscribed that it was essentially in memorial of those who possibly have passed or of some sort of ideal. Because it was a knowledge roll you made for that, right? I believe.
Yes, because I'm amazing. That's like the one thing I'm good at.
Yeah, it was a really old elven society kind of stuff. There's some knowledge that is shared openly with everybody, but there is some about their old traditions and kingdoms that have been forgotten for a long time now.
Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I think she would try and transcribe what she can in like a little notebook that she carries around, just because she doesn't want to lose any knowledge that's clearly already been damaged by time. But I'm guessing she's probably not going to get much more out of that, no matter how much she fiddles with it otherwise. So after that, I think she'll kind of put it
That's
away.
so she's doing a little bit of light work to them, but she's not spending uh, a large amount of time with it if she can't figure out anything initially.
Yeah, yeah. If it looks like she transcribed it as best she could earlier, then she's not gonna be like, "What other secrets do you hold?" She'll just take down the knowledge that doesn't get lost, because the librarian in her can't let that be lost to everyone else. And then she'll just be that'll pretty much be it with it.
Go ahead and give me a knowledge roll.
All right, give me just 1 second, because I want to see.
You're good. And
Yeah,
during
I have the
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I have the experience quick learner. Can I apply that to that?
Ooh.
I was over
Are a quick
researcher if
learner,
that doesn't
but
work.
I'd say this is more about. This is not really about quick learner. I would say researcher more applies here
Okay. Okay.
because this is you having to take time to like really piece things together, like from broken fragments to see what you can get. But as Echo begins to look over these fragments, let's turn to Lyra.
Hello.
The camp has essentially been established or is being set up. You've entered these woods and been told the information by the bandits. What is going through their mind of the situation, of the woods themselves?
From what we like the bandits said that there was something like an animalistic presence in this forest, right?
You definitely know in the Gloom Garden, which was the town you came from, that you all moved from, that hunters reported that the forest was just more animalistic towards them, that it was aggressive, that something didn't feel right. The bandits didn't seem to clarify about that. They seemed to be well afraid of a massive wolf that killed half their party.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's also all this talk about a lordstone as well. The bandits were sent in to, paid by someone else to essentially look for it, to find it.
Yeah. That's probably the most interesting part. Let me see. So Echo's busy translating these elven inscriptions.
Yeah, I got a 20. I had to roll again because somehow I messed it up and got a total of 0, which did not make sense. The second roll, I got a 20 with hope.
20 with hope. Go ahead, Lyra, before I get to echoes.
Yeah. I don't assume that they know Elvish. So I'm probably just gonna explore a little around the campsite. Just stay within the ruins, but just explore a little. Stay within earshot of the place that we've camped.
Very well. To explore anything of significance to the ruins, or to simply keep watch?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Like I wouldn't know what I'm looking for if I'm looking for anything. But also, like, I know I can't help Echo with anything. And so there's nothing really that interests me at the moment in these ruins. So might as well just have a look around the perimeter, see what's up.
A cautionary lookout, essentially.
Yeah.
An observation.
Yeah, to a degree. Yeah, observation.
Very well. Go ahead and give me an instinct roll if you wouldn't mind.
All right. Just regular. Would my experience as a would my experience with survival well, not necessarily, not so much survival tactics, but just my experiences as a survivalist help in this case.
I'd say so, yeah.
All right. Then I will spend a hope and add +2. That is a 25 with hope.
A 25
Oh wait,
with hope.
no, wait.
What was it?
Yes, a 25.
Yep, because +2 from your, because that's normally a 21, but it's +2 from your instinct score, and then +2 from your experience. Yep, that's correct. All right. Before we resolve your two's roles, what is Raycor doing in this time?
Well, I'm currently taking stock of our plentiful rewards from our little bartering session with the bandits.
Even trade.
Yes, absolutely. Their lives were at least worth this much. I say we gave them quite the discount. I'm trying to figure out how much gold I'm looking at, because the gold seems to have changed since last time.
I have not looked at that. That's probably something I should have looked at as a GM.
Currently,
How has it changed? By the way, audience, yes, our first session was version 1.2. That is now version 1.3 of our Daggerheart playtesting. So things have changed.
Currently, we went from handfuls being the lowest denomination, and I think it was 6 or 7 before the next. Maybe it was even 5. I'm not sure. The increments were much different. Now it is 10 for each, so there are 10 coins to a handful. There are 10 handfuls to a bag, and there are 10 bags to a chest, and that is as far as it goes.
Yeah, basically they decided to remove the fortune levels because that was just not realistic in their experience. So that's
Right.
why they added another tier lower than what they started with.
Okay, so it's coins, handfuls, bags,
Yes. And then a chest.
and then a chest.
And there's and I don't know how to feel either way yet, but whatever our treasury is doing, I'm not quite sure. But the chest seems to be pretty variable. Also as well, there's kind of like left up to discretion on how much things could possibly be after that point.
I mean, I feel like once you get to a chest of gold, your only option is to either bury it like a pirate or get a treasury.
I think that's how it is. Once you're carrying around a treasure chest, you're like, okay, maybe I have a lot of money on me.
Yes.
Maybe I should think about doing something with it.
Opening a bank, probably, but that's a lot of paperwork.
Yeah, that's also the explanation that Matt and Spencer gave. Like, once you're looking at like the chess and fortune level, you are at the level that money is just not a concern anymore.
If it's a concern at all, it should be whether or not which retirement plan to put it into at that point. It's not.
Or concerning if you get robbed.
Yes.
I'm just picturing Echo at a bank now. What do you mean I need a social security number?
You know what'd be funny? It's the Goblin Town.
It would totally be the Goblin Town. Absolutely.
We can't be
Run,
responsible
run
for
by,
your...
run by Bezos.
Yeah.
They're also the ones that discovered life insurance.
Oh, they had to.
Anyway,
I love the fact that we're just going with the headcanon that goblins are mad scientists.
Yep.
Even though there's absolutely nothing in the lore of Daggerheart that supports this.
Goblins, in this playtest world, they are mad scientists and businessmen.
Well,
yes.
and they kind of give me gnome vibes a little when you read it, so it also just fits a little bit better as well.
Oh, full on. They're like
Because
the
the two
Gringotts goblins in
craziest
Harry
kind
Potter.
of
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely. I equate them to the Harry Potter equivalent of Goblin for sure. Very, especially after playing through what is it?
In my head, it's World of Warcraft goblins.
That was the other one I
Crazy
thought
ass
of,
inventing everything.
but I didn't know who played WoW, so I was like, I don't know if they'll know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Uh,
please.
After playing
I've barely
through,
played, but you can't really miss the goblins or the
Time
gnomes
is money,
in that
friends.
after playing through Hogwarts Legacy, the Goblin narratives in that game definitely feel like the goblins here, probably somewhere halfway between World of Warcraft and those fleshed out goblins of Harry Potter.
I mean, even in my own homebrew world for my D&D games, sometimes goblins are just a little wacky, and I've had a session with other players before where they had to solve a bickering dispute between goblins and gnomes because these two groups hated each other for a long time, but they are so similar.
Yes.
And the players eventually made them become friends. I say made them because there was a lot of charm, like enchantment magic used.
That's fine. So, last time we were here, I could have sworn that I don't know what everybody else got, but I was able to negotiate for 7 handfuls, and then another 2 that we found and had divided. That were in the
That was in the food.
that were in the
Yeah,
food,
I don't think
yes.
we've gotten to any actual dividing yet, so I think Breakhorse still has had like all of it at the moment.
Well, I think
Um,
Mork was holding some as well. There was
Oh, could be.
yes, there was
He probably kept the 2 handfuls that were in the...
Mork was quite excited as well about
because he
our
was looking
prospect.
through the food, so I think based on what... I'm glad the player gave me enough information about Mork. Mork thinks it's his money that he found in the food. He's not going to share that. He's going to keep the 2 handfuls, which I'm going to say is 20 coins worth.
Yes.
The 7, though, now I have to think about...
Well,
because
so
handful was the lowest originally. Now it's a bit more. Now
yes.
there's a lower tier. So
If the way it's set up on the Nexus character sheet, because that's where I've been looking at Echo from, it looks like 9 coins goes to a handful, and then 9 handfuls goes to a bag, and then 9 bags go to a chest.
gotcha.
It's technically 10. So it's like you fill it up to 9, and then the next
The
coin
10th one,
goes to a handful.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Everything's in denominations of 10s.
So I'm gonna say,
but handfuls are supposedly worth about the same as before. They've just created a smaller denomination for.
Is it like a coin or is it plural coin? Oh yeah, because I guess if you have 10 coins in your hand, that's a handful. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll say you actually have instead of 7 handfuls from the original one, it's 3 handfuls because counting 30 coins, it was like little bits of expensive coins, Give 1 or 2 to your combatants after the week is done,
Okay.
and that's their weekly pay.
All right. Yes. What I'm trying to remember. So the things that we figured out is also there's a bigger stash of coins to be made in this whole venture now, because we know about the sponsor of those bandits, and that apparently there's 10 times the amount waiting to be rewarded on completion of their task. From what the goblin leader said.
Yeah, if you're taking it based on what the goblin leader, the bandit leader said, then you could estimate it's around like 3 bags.
Yes, so quite a haul for us to consider.
That's right.
In the harbor.
Far Harbor had been where they hired by. My notes are terrible. Posh Elven Draco type wizard.
Yep, that's exactly the description the goblin gave you.
Well, I am going to stash away 2 of those handfuls for safekeeping for the moment, and I will leave the extra handful, because the handfuls that I found were in the bag that I took from the one, so I do think there was other gold that was confiscated. I just don't think we had time to account for it. I think it's just on the ground because I just got the goblin leaders
if I
coins and some
remember,
extras.
I basically put in my head, out of everybody, including the goblin leaders, was the 7 handfuls originally.
Oh, okay.
And then the extra was because Mork decided to look in the food, but specifically investigate it to see if there was any hidden pockets, or somehow there was money inside this wrapped sandwich. You could tell the loot stuff, I didn't plan that at all. I was like, I didn't expect this to be... I was expecting it to just be a normal fight, and you guys take whatever basic loot. But Mork's like, I want to see if there's hidden stuff inside the food. And I'm like, okay, cool. Why don't I give him something for it? This goblin's some money bags. Why not?
It was quite obvious in his supposed confessions that he was holding something back. So that it did make sense once we found that in the food, that he was really protective of that food.
Mm-hmm.
At first. I'll let Echo and Lyrae decide what to do with the extra handful for now, and we can bounce around some extra coin as needed.
Very well. Echo.
Yes.
It's still difficult to understand what all is going on here, but when you're reading these like, what you originally was seeing was like a memorial. You're seeing names, different elven names. None of them stick out, but they all say children, but there's a word you catch on a few of them. Child of, child of, child of. And that's the one you're trying to figure out. Who are they the children of? If there are multiple parents or one. And a name comes up named Lithuriel.
Pretty name. Yeah, it is going in the notebook. This is fascinating. So, when you say the name comes up, is that's the child of Lithuriel and they're all like that, or is it hard
You
to
piece
tell?
together that 3 of them have Lithuriel there, so it's quite possible all of them, because some of them, what might you see child or of, and it's kind of like it's broken, so you're kind of
Damage
just
and yeah.
filling in gaps with your
Okay.
intellect. And Lithuriel is a deity,
I was gonna say that would be my next question. Is that name familiar to me? Okay.
and based on knowledge that you, as a librarian, have previously know, because I'm still keeping with your 20 there.
Yes.
Lithuriel is not a good deity by
Oh.
today's standards.
Hmm.
She was wed to another elven deity and betrayed him,
Oh snap.
corrupting a number of her own people and turning them into what this world is this world's version of demons. She is depicted as like a queen of succubuses who drinks blood from those who worship her.
Oh. Okay. My next question. It probably hasn't changed too much since between. It's only been, I think we just said, a couple hundred years since she's been out of the game, so to speak. From when she was originally active, were they the same stories then as they are now? Has her lore, gone through any kind of drastic change, or is it still basically, yeah, that's what she did bad?
In the time based in the 300 years, you know that Lithuriel has been an evil entity.
Okay, so she's had that reputation for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Just making sure, because I know sometimes
There is
that
no
changes fast.
knowledge of when, though. There's no knowledge of when that happened. It's become a thing that Lithuriel goes by another name, the Queen of Pleasure. And
Okay, then.
is known for uh, hefty indulgences in pleasure, pain, blood, and torture.
All right, this ruin's starting to look a bit different.
Mm-hmm. But but Lithuriel, the name, translates to Queen of Beauty originally. And you're looking at this elven writing, it doesn't seem to feel evil. But these are also ruins, and given the writing here, they're probably older than 300 years. At least.
Okay, so definitely. So, that is fascinating. She's definitely putting this all in a notebook and kind of thinking about what it could mean. I mean, most people don't think they're evil when they're following somebody, but at the same time, this could be an entirely different take on her than anybody else has had, and it's new information to process and ponder over, and it's making her little librarian heart happy.
And I'll add one little extra thing there for you. So, while you don't know any good aspect to Lithuriel, there are many deities throughout history that have been, you know, in one society they are seen as an evil entity, in another society they are seen as a savior and a protector. You know, it kind of depends on the culture's perspective on said entity.
Yeah, and I think in her, because she's been kind of traveling with Mork since he saved her, he and seeing the contrast between like how she is and how he is, she does kind of understand that a little
Yeah.
more in that
Everyone sees
perspective
Mork's
changes
society
a
as
lot.
messed up, but Mork's like, we're a proud people. We're strong, honest, hardworking.
Right, and it's like he's not wrong, but they're not necessarily wrong either. So yeah, it's definitely been a learning experience with everything, and she is kind of taking that with her in the idea that yeah, history is made from the perspective of the people writing it.
Exactly. Now we move over to Lyre. As you move about the ruins, just looking at the architecture, do you feel like stone structures belong in a forest?
I mean, uh, it's no, there's no reason why they shouldn't, but it's definitely not ideal.
Very well. You observe these ruins of an ancient people. You overheard the conversations with everyone else that these are elven ruins, except for Mork, who claims they are orcish.
Well, Mork claims a lot of things, so
Yeah. Mork claims a lot of things. The ruins themselves are just a painful memory for someone else. Though the why they're here in this location, there could be a number of reasons, but none that really stick out to you. But as you're moving about, looking around the outskirts of the ruins themselves, you can hear faint whispers.
what uh what kind of whispers? Like like nature itself is talking, or is there someone here?
Say with that instinct roll, it's like voices on the wind. It's more related to nature than a person.
Okay. Let me double check. Um, I'd like to I'd like to go to like one of the oldest trees that I can find here,
Yes, you may.
and I would like to um use my nature speech ability.
Go for it.
Okay. Nature's tongue, that's it. That is a 23.
23 with hope. What is it look like when you communicate with nature?
So you honestly not a whole lot changes, except the um my my eyes, which are usually pitch black, they get this sort of like emerald jadish glow in it, and my wings furl out and start to sort of like become almost ethereal.
As you reach out to one of the oldest trees you can find in the area, you hear a low growl, growling voice. Hungry, thirsty.
What did it say? Sorry?
It says hungry, thirsty, in a growling, low tone voice.
Does this tree that I'm assuming it's a tree that I'm interfacing with,
Yes.
interacting. Does this tree look hungry, thirsty? Like, is it spindly or?
This will require another roll. I'd say, because this is you trying to observe the state of the tree itself. I'll leave it up to you. Instinct or knowledge.
Let's do.
Or, I'll say presence as well, given that you're connecting to the tree. You could choose one of those three.
Okay. Let's do. Let's do knowledge. That actually this makes more sense to me.
Very well.
$20.
20.
Man, I'm rolling well.
With hope. At first glance, these trees didn't appear problematic, but that's to everyone else. You've been watching the woods as the rest of your party moves through, keeping an eye out. And I'll say you were piecing things together, but when you're communicating with this tree, you're specifically looking at its form to see if it is hungry and thirsty. No one else can tell but you. This tree is suffering from thirst and hunger. It almost looks oppressive, the presence of it. Like, as you get close to it, it's almost like, well, the tree doesn't move at all. It almost feels like it's trying to bend down to reach you. But it doesn't move.
Okay.
The details, because it's a knowledge roll, actually, that's something I should add for you, is that as you were moving closer to it, you realize there are like thorns that are beginning to jut out from some of the roots of the tree and the base of the tree itself. Strangely, just in gaps in the bark, there are occasionally little thorns you can see.
Okay.
Strange looking tree, but it's definitely hungry and it's thirsty.
Yeah, definitely not the friendliest tree, so to say.
You probably have had a very nice conversation with many a tree, or many a plant. But this one, at least you haven't spoken to it yet, but it definitely was saying that the second you connected to it. What would you like to do?
Um. Okay. So now that can with the general I guess mood of this tree sort of understood. Can I take a look around and see if other trees in the vicinity have the same sort of like I mean, I wouldn't call it aggressive, but like um
To see if they also have that desire to be
yeah,
not thirsty and hungry, essentially.
yeah, like me like hostile, I guess.
Very well. With keeping, we'll keep your roll still. Do you go over to another tree or another type of plant?
Um I'll sort of just keep making my round that I was on, and just have a cursory glance around, not look in exquisite detail.
Very well. You do. As you're making your rounds on the outskirts of the ruins, seeing what the trees and plant life is feeling, you get a similar responses from a lot of them. They're hungry and thirsty, and as you get closer to them, they get more excited, like they're ready to pounce, but unable to because they're a tree or a shrub. You approach a kind of a regular kind of shrub slash bush that's on one end of the ruins, and it almost gets excited, and it says, "Fresh blood, fresh blood, come closer." And all of these plants share thorns across them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know enough. I'll make my way back to the camp that we have set up, because we shouldn't stay here too long.
Very
I don't
well.
know if this place is either haunted or cursed in some way, but yeah.
God damn it. Raycor? Very well. You return to the camp, and Raycor seems to be moving to basically also keep watch as you were. Echo is fully into whatever work she is and transcribing runes and old texts and stuff. Mork is fast asleep, and so is Haas.
Yeah, I'm the happiest I can get out in the wild.
So Leray, or Lyray, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I keep doing that. I saw you staring down some plants down there. Do any of them pose threats, in your opinion?
Well, perhaps maybe they're not threats unless we do something stupid, but this place definitely is not normal. Something happened here, and it's kind of giving me the creeps.
I am not entirely sure if this might be sarcasm, but it would not be surprising to me if this place is a little creepy, considering this is the last confirmed location we know of the missing researchers. You were serious about the plants are the creepy. What
Well,
kind of creepy are the plants? Did you notice?
well, have you ever heard a plant ask you to feed them? Specifically your blood?
I've never heard a plant more than Russell. It asked you to drink your blood. We have vampire trees. What are you saying?
Well, I actually I don't know what's going on, but like they're all extremely hungry and thirsty, and they want blood.
Do you talk to a lot of plants?
Uh, Not on the regular, but on occasion.
How common is this phenomenon?
Well, I've heard them complain about being neglected at times, sure, but stuff like this, especially wanting blood, no, never.
I guess the better question is to determine if they're an actual threat. Do you believe any of them have fangs or some means to get the blood from us?
Well, as long as we, from what I've seen, as long as we don't step on them, like, you know, I wouldn't want a thorn in my foot, but they don't seem to be able to. They don't seem to have like vines or any kind of actual sentience.
So we'll probably be fine. From what I can tell, from what you're telling me. But I agree if that is what they're saying. That is very, very strange and concerning.
The old woman did say the land was starting to twist in weird ways. It's certainly something to take note of. Hopefully, anything that's hungry for our blood will continue to have roots in the ground.
Echo, do you have blood? I hope that isn't an offensive question, but I'm a little curious now.
Yeah, she did kind of include herself in there, but No, she is just kind of arcane energy in a wrought iron chassis, basically. So she doesn't have any other really mechanical parts other than the hinges to bend her body. Um, and that's why having, like, the. She didn't come back online, backstory wise, until the cracks in her were sealed up with the gold substance that covers them now and gives her that kind of kintsugi effect. Um, but yeah, it's just pretty much just she's like a Faraday cage for the arcane energy that makes up her consciousness.
Okay. Knowing the new information, my vote is we let Echo lead us around these woods from here on out, because she can smack them around, and apparently they don't get anything out of it. And if she needs help, we will help, of course. But just in case, we'll let Echo lead the way from here on out if Echo does not mind.
No, I'm happy to do that.
I don't particularly want to be bled dry by a piece of shrubbery.
Shrubbery! Sorry, Monty Python, the Holy Grail. Went to my brain.
I was trying not to make a poison ivy joke, but I get
Oh. Alright. So, with this new information, possibly surrounded by vampire trees and bushes, in ruins, with Morica and Haas fast asleep, what would you
I've
like to
never
do?
wanted a goat companion more.
What would you like to
In
do?
your opinion, Thyre, if they try to eat us, could we assert our dominance by eating them? Are they poisonous?
Well, some might. I mean, I I don't know how much about plants you know, but like, it's not just one kind over here in these parts. There's loads of kinds. So, could some be poisonous? Yeah, sure. Um, Probably not all of them.
I'm just trying to come up with a method of seeing each other eye to eye when they have no eyes. It's not an easy thing to come up with.
Echo is so glad that Mork's asleep right now, because she can absolutely picture him walking up to like the biggest tree they could find and just biting it to assert dominance.
Sir Dominance Mork takes a bite out of a tree. And wait,
It would be.
Dominance more
I'm really sad they're not here because they're.
dominance
It's
more
fine.
with T pose in the canopy.
Mork would take a bite, and if that didn't work, he has an axe.
Yes, I have
I
also
mean,
considered chopping a few down already, but I don't know. Lyrae, did you ask them why they want blood?
But no, not really. But they didn't really seem in the mood for talking either. So, you
Just
know,
overall hangry disposition, you would say.
oh, very.
Mm,
I would imagine communicating with plants would be quite difficult, as on a more intellectual level. I'm guessing they're more of a basic concept kind of intellect.
Henry Crabgrass would be
Mm.
offended.
Hey, consent is a basic concept.
That is true.
But I just mean as far as, like, trying to grill a tree on why it's hungry, I would imagine the IRA would have a little difficulty with that. Not that I know anything about your power.
Um, the thing is, like, the power doesn't. It's actually you're taking information from the plant. You're technically not asking them anything. You're just absorbing their information.
I mean, that makes sense. I would imagine if you tried to hot lamp a plant for information, the best thing it's gonna do is wilt.
Have you tried interrogation tactics? I would imagine they might be more apt to talk if you burn a couple branches. That's just a theory.
It's. I mean, sure.
It did seem earlier like the first tree yesterday was just ignoring you. So, not to question your abilities, but I
Raker is
feel
giving me Crowley vibes with his plants. just to scare them into cooperating.
it works with most creatures I've come across that I could talk to. So it's just what I jump to in situations like these. It worked quite well with the goblin. Just this morning.
I mean, that's fair. It has been working for you.
It can also be quite lucrative. I don't imagine that the trees also have gold lying around, but these ones seem to crave blood, so there's a first time for everything. I am extreme interested in this Lord Stone thing that was mentioned. We we have a term for these stones in my culture. It roughly translates the same, but I have kind of an ability to sense them to a degree. It can depend on things, but I'm kind of tapped into their frequency at times, and I would like to try and search for this Lordstone as we are traveling. I don't know if it has anything to do with the, the vampire trees, but if I had to guess, I think that these are all somehow connected.
It certainly feels like they're connected, and we know that that's part of what the uh, scholars came here to look at. So it's not unlikely that we'll run across it, or that we'll need to have to find it to figure out what we're looking for. So certainly something to keep an eye out for any clues that we could find.
I think I want to try and see if I can sense any of that energy, especially if it's in the same direction that the researchers' trail is. I'm curious if they are also still on that trail, or if they are.
Yeah. Well, what do you think I should have you roll for this? Do you believe it's an instinct?
I believe it's instinct, and I would apply my electrosense experience if that's okay.
Yes, you may.
Okay. To me, yeah. Is that one hope or two hope? One hope. I'm not
One
sure.
hope for your experiences.
Okay. Sorry.
All right. 15 with fear.
15 with fear.
You succeed.
Hmm.
But not. So, your intention here is to figure out, are you trying to sense where the Lord Stone is?
Direction and to a degree, an idea of how far away it might be.
You feel something, little connections pointing in a direction. You're not entirely sure, it's kind of vague, but there's this little spark underneath some of the trees just outside of the area that you guys are encamped. Like where the roots are, and they're pointing in kind of a southwestern direction. Vaguely. But there is a slight connection. It's subtle, but it's there.
I have a theory, Lyre and Echo. I'm sensing the energies of something. It's at the very least, from my experience, Lordstone related, as you would call it. And it may have something to do with the vampire trees specifically. I can feel the essence of some buried in the ground at the base of some trees to the southwest. Or that is how it feels. My thought is to chop several down and see what's underneath, or even maybe inside the roots. I'm unsure, but I'm down to explore.
With this new information, what is Echo and Lyre's thoughts on this?
How much the capabilities of a lodestone, like how much is public knowledge?
Well, of what they can do, or just like or just what they are history-wise.
Like what they can do. Like, cause I have a theory, but like I just want to make sure that it's not like complete hogwash that I'm
They
spouting.
can do many different things. It's there's a place in the eastern side of Yonder that was struck by a Lord Stone and somehow has seen plentiful life. There has been the lands to the east, where a ton of Lord Stones have landed, and that land has been changed drastically. The oceans themselves, some being very hostile, some maybe not as much, but still being changed forever. There's a Lordstone that crashed way up north that had seemed to just dry the land itself. So it is common knowledge that Lordstones can have varying wide effects. Uh, and some are not good at all.
Okay.
So I will say that's the common knowledge. What they can do is it. I guess okay. To go into a little bit more detail to help you out here, they can change the land itself. That's one of the big ones. They can also turn, mutate, and morph creatures that already existed in the land around it and change them into something else.
Okay. Well, if you say that you're detecting lodestone energy or whatever it is, then maybe we have our perpetrator? The cause of, the vampirism?
That was my opinion as well. I've never heard of trees like this, and from my experience, I have been directly around a massive stone, and it has these varied and random effects that seem to mutate and alter the environment into an otherworldly sensation, and I know of no pattern. It seems to be very either regionally specific or specifically connected to the stone itself of what the effects may be. I can't quite tell that from here.
Yeah. There is my home, there's a tale that was been told for centuries that do I hear echoing?
Sorry, I think that was me.
Okay. There's a there's a tale that's been told for centuries that my home was essentially guarding a lodestone that was the cradle of our island, I guess. And we lived in probably one of the most lush environments that I've seen in my life. And I have heard of plants and trees forming a sort of, parasitical relationship with animals, other plants, but nothing so hostile.
The thing that keeps sticking with me is why now? The lodestone fell ages ago. If it's been here that entire time, why hasn't it twisted things before? The old lady said it's only been recent. And if the lodestone wasn't here before, how did it get here now?
Did
That's a great
someone or
question.
something activate it? Can they be
That
activated?
that would be my suspicion. I do believe they can. Part of my the draconian ritual that my people undergo, specifically utilizes the Lord Stones. Not really their innate power, but by interacting with the Lord Stone. You will often see that they can be triggered by different things. It's not an exact science that I'm aware of, but they don't pay me for that. I am no expert.
Which, then ponders the question of what came in here and did this, and what are its intentions, as well as is it still in here with us? On top of all the other dangers that have mutated in here now.
Well, so far we know of a red-eyed wolf, and we know that there are other creatures out searching for this Lord Stone, and not only the researchers, but obviously this wizard has an interest in it. Maybe he lost it out here and has to pay a bunch of people to find it because he can't do the work himself. It would not surprise me, but just par for the course with the wizards. But I just say, let's go see if we can get up, and we'll find out one way or the other, I'm sure.
That is true. Answers are going to come whether we want them or not, at this point. I'd just prefer we found them in the best way possible.
All right. So, what would you like to do next? You may try to rest up for the night if you wish, or is there any other activity you would like to do? Before you
What
do so,
time is it roughly? Can we tell?
we'll say the forest isn't too thick where you can't tell what time of day it is. We'll say when you started making the camp, it was around 7 p.m. ish.
Ooh.
So this has probably been about like maybe an hour to 2 hours in.
So night is steadily approaching.
Yes. I will say night actually is upon you. The sun would have fallen. Uh, at least in this part of the world.
Ooh.
It was probably dusk when you were beginning to set up camp, but now it is nightfall.
Lyra, check if the trees are sleeping. If they are, this would be a great opportunity to take advantage of that.
Why do I feel that I want to say no?
Well, if the sun's down, don't trees sleep when the sun's down?
Your guess is as good as mine on that. I've never tried to talk to, or not even talk, just ask any. No, I mean, I guess maybe, but.
Lyra, I always seem to have more questions than answers with you. I do not understand your abilities or the trees at all. I am becoming more aware that I do not understand this.
You're welcome. Trees are. Nature itself is a very fickle thing, and more times even I have more questions than answers. So, yeah, I'd rather I'd rather not ask anything unless we actually know what we want to say. If that makes sense.
But can you not sense if the tree is asleep or awake? Do they snore?
Have you no?
Because when Mork sleeps, I mean, let's be for real. And, between me and him, I don't know. I mean, I've never seen creatures be more tree-like. I think if Mork stood still long enough in this forest, I could believe. Um, I could believe it if he told me he was a tree. I don't know.
Please tell me you're taking the piss. You're not. From what nature doesn't sleep, so to say. It nature is always nature. And I'm I can't ask any questions. I feel I understand emotions. I understand experiences. Or well, usually. I don't I think I understand what you want me to try, but I can pretty much tell you that that's not gonna work.
Raycor,
I
have you ever had a pet?
I'm sorry if I misunderstand. My my ancestors taught me that the 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 plants they get their energy from the, the sky and the sun, and like the flowers they go away and they wake up, and I just assumed that if Lyre, sorry, could talk to them, he might be able to hear their snoring or their maybe some of them sleep talk. I don't know. I I could imagine there's a lot of nuance when you can't see their face and if they're asleep and their eyes. I don't understand.
Like I said, I don't talk to them. I when I make contact, I request for their experiences. I can narrow it down usually if I'm looking for something specific, but I there's no conversation to have. At least not for me.
Okay, so I have an idea. I have a small science experiment. If you were to interface, or I guess you're not talking. So if you were to interface with a tree, and I were to knock on the trunk, would it react in a way that you could sense it. Theoretically.
Maybe? Probably not, because at least from everything that I've been taught, it's that we're requesting their experiences, and I've I honestly don't know. I don't think so, but I have no idea.
I have the best question I think so far. Do the plants respond to your requests when there is no light in the sky?
I have never tried that. I honestly don't know.
Can we test it with the tree next to us?
We could, but
Just ask it how its night is going.
I told you I can't ask them anything, really.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Just
I would like all three of you to give me an instinct roll.
A
critical success.
crit, yes, a 16, a crit, and a 21.
We only look like we're not paying attention.
Raycor, you're the first one to see it. You were about to ask another question before something moves in the corner of your peripheral. And you notice it's Mork moving away from the camp.
What? Where is Mork going? I thought he was a tree. I told you. I for a second.
Because of
I
that,
thought it was a tree.
Lyra and Echo are also watching where you looked, and you see the Haas is not where he was sleeping.
What?
Okay,
What
that's
has
not
happened?
good.
Why? Where? What? They didn't even say anything. I'm convinced they're trees now. And Lyra, I blame you. You should have been listening for the trees to talk. Even if it was Mork. They've obviously switched.
Mork's a tree.
We should follow Mork. We can't afford to lose him.
I think that is definitely
the
a plan. But, yeah.
All right.
Mord made like a tree and left. Or leafed.
All right, so you're all gonna follow Mork.
Echo, you lead the way. Again, we don't know if the trees are asleep. Obviously, Mork is not, so I no longer have any theories.
That is
Well,
fair.
speaking of knowing that he's asleep, can we first of all, can we catch up to him?
Yeah, is that?
Oh, I'm faster than Mork. I am faster than Mork for sure.
Is he sleepwalking, or is he awake, or what?
You see them moving through and kind of grabbing like trees and moving through brushes, I would like you to give me agility rolls.
Oof.
Me too.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good.
I was gonna say definitely me because I'm supposed to be leading the way through the vampire
Oh.
plants here.
Ooh.
A 16,
12
a
with hope.
12.
Ooh, but they're with hope. So, I'll give you the choice. You see them moving through these plants that you've seen also have these thorns on them. Are you going to catch up to them by moving through them, or are you going to try to avoid the plants as much as possible?
I, for one, will be chopping my way through them. I will not be wiggling.
I will be avoiding them as much as possible.
As much as
Because
I know
possible.
you should be
Okay. Okay. Raycor, we're going to start with you. You begin chopping through these little bushes that Mork just kind of forced himself through. You see, not too far ahead of him, there's another individual, probably Haas, about 20 feet ahead. As you're chopping through, a piece of the brush juts out some thorns and it reacts violently in your direction. You don't take any actual damage, but you do take a stress. Lyra, yours is a success. So I will say, are you intending to get in front of Mork, or are you trying to get in front of Haas, who's 20 feet ahead of him?
First I'll go up to Mork and just see what's going on.
You see Mork's eyes are closed.
Okay. So is he actually following Hoss?
He looks like he's, following with his eyes closed.
Yeah, okay. So, well, yeah. Okay. Um
Which direction are we heading?
They appear to be heading south.
So not southwest, just south.
Just south.
We'll have to take a detour for the trees after this, once we track down these trees.
did you share the information that you got for the origin, well, maybe not the origin, but the nature of the complex we were in?
I don't think she had yet. She was mostly worried about getting it written down than necessarily sharing it. It hadn't gotten to a point where it was like, oh, hey, look at this interesting thing, because everybody else was kind of doing their own thing at the time. So I don't think she shared about the goddess and the children of and all that.
Okay.
Just earlier when, she knew it was a memorial of some kind to elves, from what she had gotten before. It would have been public knowledge at this point, though.
Okay. Yeah, I'll sort of stay between Hoss and Mork.
Very well.
Because like Hoss, I wouldn't say that he seems to know where he's going, but at least he's going somewhere.
Yeah. Have you checked to see?
So,
So you're just going to stay in between Mork and Haas? Essentially, seeing where they're going, but also keep making sure you're keeping pace.
Yeah, yeah.
Very well.
Now, would they be geographically? Would we be heading in the direction of the mountains or the lake?
Well, on the map, the lake is towards the southwest. Massive lake. To call it a lake is doing it injustice. It's massive, with an island in the center.
I mean, Lake Superior is still called Lake.
That is true. It's still called a lake. But it also has superior in the name, so it's not doing it injustice. So yeah, if you go far enough south, it'd be towards the mountains. But that'd be like
So
another day or so.
so we are not heading towards the lake, though. That is clear.
Yes.
Hmm.
I'd like to imagine Echo did not succeed. I'd like to imagine it's because Echo is behind Raycor and waiting for Raycor to chop his way through. Unless there's another reason Echo is unable to catch up.
I would imagine, if anything, she's just not used to stumbling through the woods in the dark. It's just kind of out.
That fits. Kind of getting tangled up and
Sorry,
Catching a
Echo's
couple
stuck in the
branches in
woods
that
next to me.
open work filigree and just.
we'll say an interesting point of order. The plants reacted violently towards Raycor, but they are not acting violently towards Echo. It's just the mechanical parts getting stuck, and you're not being used to being out in nature, in the wilderness.
Yeah, it's like her own clumsiness, not actual attack on their part. Like, yeah, I got nothing to suck on. Bite me.
So, when the bush tried to attack me back, did it, like, throw branches of thorns at me? Like, what?
It's like
What did
it's
it...
like the branch like jostled and moved close, and like a branch. If you were like pushing a branch a little bit and then let it go and it swings back, kind of that feeling, like it slapped into your leg, but there are thorns. And they actually puncture your armor. Not enough to really cause you a point of damage, but enough that it's stress. Lyra was able to avoid it entirely and reach Mork. You two are falling behind, however.
Okay,
Echo
new
and
plan.
Raycor. And you begin to
I'm
see
done slashing.
Mork is getting out of sight.
Okay, I'm not slashing anymore. I am going to electrocute a path in front of me with my breath.
Okay.
Oh, I'm definitely staying behind him then.
Very well. Go for it. You're just making the roll against the environment, essentially.
Okay. See if they react to this. 13.
I'll consider that. I'll consider that a success. What does this look like?
The electricity from my breath is I mean it does what electricity does. It just electrifies the plant and heads straight into the ground. And
does it have a certain coloration to it?
It is bluish, but it as it strikes the plant, it does make the plant erupt in some fire as it arcs through its branches.
And you hear this, Larry, just a bolt of lightning, essentially. That blasts through, and it ends up catching some of the brush on fire. But it does clear a path for you, Raycor.
Excellent.
I was gonna say, is this one of those things where it's hot enough that the fire pretty much goes out as soon as it starts, or did Smokey the Bear gonna come for us?
Oh yeah, it's quite hot. It just
If he succeeded with fear, then there's possible fire could break out. But I'll say because he succeeded with hope, the fire doesn't spread. It singes it and it burns, but whatever flames started broke off the bush and hit the ground and were shortly put out. Not enough time for them to spread.
Oh, good. We're not destroyers of forest, vampire or not.
I'm glad that worked out. Anyway, time to get Mork. What is he doing up there, Lyrae? Why is he leaving?
Oh, you're out of earshot still.
Ah,
Because with Lyra's success, you still have to succeed against others, but I was allowing Lyra because they're also a fairy, they have wings. And they succeeded their agility check to kind of bypass some of it. So in my Mind Palace, you've still got to make another agility roll, but it is easier this time.
okay. So, do you want me to pop that now?
Yes. As well as
Okay.
Echo. Echo's DC is even lowered, though, because they're not reacting as violently towards Echo.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay, just
I'm a little sluggish tonight. I don't know what to tell you.
Lyra. You hear the lightning sound. Do you continue to stay with Mork and Haas to not lose sight of them, or do you return to Raycor and Echo?
If I throw a quick glance over my shoulder, can I get a rough idea what's going on?
I'd say so. Go ahead and give me an instinct roll. See if you can catch what's going on.
"12 with fear."
12 with fear. I'm going to say you do not. Because as Raycor had to take some time to cut through some of the brush, and Echo's just Echo in the wilderness, Morg and Haas, the thing you're noticing is that they are not slow and clumsy. With Morg has his eyes closed, but he's not slow and clumsy. He seems to be moving just fine. And given Mork's build, he moves pretty quickly. So it's up to you if you want to check back with Echo and Raycor or stick with Mork and Haas.
Okay, so Mork is getting out of range then.
He's basically going to be leaving Raycor's sight.
Yeah, I will stick with the other two, the two of them, the two sleepwalkers.
Very well. Raycor.
Yes.
As you're avoiding some plants, whatever, you try to quicken your pace to catch up to Mork, Lyra, and Haas, who are out of sight. You run. Some plants feel like they grab at your feet and trip you, and you fall onto a massive root jutting out from a tree, from the earth underneath the tree, onto it. And the second you hit, you feel like you're stuck to it. Something sharp just connected to your armor. You feel like you're stuck. Echo, you're able to avoid the things that tripped Raycor, but you see him land. He looks like he's trying to pull away from something and he can't quite. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna try and help pull him up, but I don't want to leave him behind.
Please,
Lyra's
thank
at
you.
least keeping an eye on on where they're going.
All right,
So,
give me strength.
oh, this is
Can I
not gonna
assist
go well.
my strength? I'd like to help her help me. I'll spend a hope.
Yes, you may.
Okay. So you have advantage now.
Essentially, when it's you helping, you roll your own d12.
Oh.
It doesn't give her advantage. It lets you roll your own
Gotcha.
hope die by itself, and then Echo can choose to use your hope roll or her own.
That
Oh,
seems a little
okay.
funky, Daggerheart.
It is a little funky, but it's essentially
give me a
like
minute.
that's to insinuate that you're helping. So it's like if it takes your roll, it's like you put more effort into the assisting part. So yeah, go ahead and make a regular strength roll. I don't imagine you have anything for it.
I
Very
have
well.
a -1 for strength.
Go ahead
Because
and
wizard.
Yep, cause wizard. Go ahead and make a. You can either roll it by itself, a d12.
Ooh. Hi.
Okay, so
You're unable to
still
pull him
gonna
off.
take that 8, I guess.
Unable to pull him off of it. But because it was with hope, there. Whatever thorns, and you can see there are thorns jutting out from these roots. They are not puncturing Raycor's armor, so while he is stuck, he is also unharmed. But you're
Echo.
unable to pull him.
You keep going. I'll work myself out of this. But we can't lose track of Lyrie and Mork and Hoss. We can't afford it. So you keep going. The thorns can't really get to you. You don't have blood. The plants don't seem to care about you, but they're really after me tonight, so I'll just be slowing you down.
If you're sure, I'm gonna connect to you telepathically first. And
Okay.
then, if you can't get free or if you can't find us, you can at least talk to me still.
Excellent. That sounds swell.
And then, yeah, I'm gonna use telepathy, which is opening a line of mental communication with one target you can see, and it does state that the connection lasts until I use the spell to connect with another creature. So theoretically, once they're out of my line of sight, I should still be connected to him.
Very well.
And then, yeah, I'm gonna do that and then see if I can catch up to Lyra.
All right. Lyra, you see them. They're the two you're following. You're following Haas, but you're staying in front of Mork. And as they're moving, they're kind of walking down like these. They're kind of just walking down this strange, like formed hill. A lot of roots and plants kind of entangling it. They're walking down, and you can see Haas and Mork are both suffering like scrapes and scratches from thorns they're moving through. You basically avoid them as much as possible. It does make it easier that Mork is a big, muscly orc with armor that he kind of just forces his way through things, and it carves a path for you. Or you take flight and avoid it altogether. When following them, I would like you begin to see a red flowers among some of the plants. Initially, you just saw shrubs, trees, and typical bushes that some common forests in Yondair have. But you're beginning to notice red flowers along the path you're moving with them at. And the flowers are slightly glowing red. There's a faint glow to them.
Okay.
Haas and Mork still wandering down this strange hill towards, and they seem to be going towards some of these red glowing flowers.
Yeah, okay. How, well, let's see. Yeah, I don't... I am going to, let me actually check that it's actually... Let me double check for the cost for this.
Very well.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll mark a stress and start flying.
All right. You begin to take flight.
Yeah, because I don't feel like staying on the ground with these flowers around.
Very well. All right. You begin to take flight. You head up. Are you going above the tree line, or are you staying underneath?
Oh no, I'm staying underneath the tree line.
Underneath the canopies, but taking flight. Gotcha. Above the forest floor, but underneath the canopies.
Yes. Because I want to keep. I want to keep line of sight on the two. On our two sleepwalking friends.
Very well. Echo. No roll needed at the moment.
Okay.
No, actually, we are. I'm going to give you a choice. Either you can take a stress, but you reach the sleepwalkers, or you can roll an agility check. Because it's more about navigating all the tangled roots and plant work now. Because the second they started moving in this direction, this area is a lot thicker with forestry, and it's a little bit more off in its geography.
I'm gonna take the stress
Very well.
and guarantee the success, just to be on the safe side.
Lyra, you begin to see the familiar Clank running through and now avoiding a lot of the plants and root work that was happening, all the entanglement. And you are flying above, and you can see that Mork and Haas are walking into what appears to be like a little grove area. There's a little grove area with a single stone. What's the word? It's like a cairn stone in the middle of like a little field of grass, but all around it, that field of grass, are a bunch of red glowing flowers.
Okay.
Haas and Mork look like they're heading for this
Yeah.
field.
Okay. Actually,
While they are deciding what to do, Raycor.
no, I
Go
just
ahead.
want yeah, I know what I want to do. I just want to make sure that I have it all.
That it's
That I
like
have
worded.
yeah, that I have the wording correct.
Very well. And even if it's not 100% correct, if there's something you really want it to work with, I'm totally fine with that.
Here we are. Yeah. Can I, with my low light living feature, I'm not that bothered by shaded areas, or dark,
Gloomy
gloomy,
areas.
yeah. So cairnstones usually have like inscriptions, or at least an indicator of like what they're what they were built for or who built them. From my somewhat elevated vantage point, can I look for any of those inscriptions or markers on the stone?
You don't see any like form of writing necessarily on it, but you do see there is a large rune on it. And from the side that Morg and Haas are approaching, you don't see anything, but taking flight, staying away from it, you look to the opposite side and you can see there's this rune that looks like the letter N with a dot in the middle of the two lines turned on its turned like no, it's an upside down U. That's what it. No, it's a U. No, U's not upside down. That's an N. My brain. It's like the letter U with like a dot in between the two sides of the letter, and it's glowing red.
Okay, do I have do I have uh any knowledge of what this means, what this is?
Give me a knowledge check.
Okay. Would you class this as an investigation roll?
Mm, this is more relying on like your prior knowledge, less about your investigativeness for it, because you see it, but it's more about if you recognize it.
That's fair. "13 with fear."
It's you're unsure. It There is something I will give you, however, not related to your fear roll. You're not sure what it's about, but the one thing I'll give you is that you look at what this cairnstone is. Something like a cairnstone is usually left by ancient people long ago. You look at the ground, this looks new and made.
Yeah. Plus the thing is glowing red, so that's also giving me the heebies.
Mm-hmm. And as it's glowing, it's like you see the red glow fades out a little bit, but then fades back in, and it does that on repeat. But as it does, the flowers around this little grassy field also are doing the same thing, subtly fading in and out.
Like it's alive? Like it's just some sort of heartbeat, or
Not sure. Echo, you begin to see these flowers and a weird cairnstone that they're moving towards.
Oh, that's not creepy at all. How far away from like Mork and Haas is she now at this point?
I would say to taking stress, you can uh, be there at Mork if you'd like, but he is at least 5 to 10 feet in like the area with the flowers. But he has not reached the little grassy field in the middle of it all with the cairnstone. He's not there. Haas, however, is 10 feet from it. From like the little grassy
Okay.
field.
And the knowledge that they were sleepwalking, that's pretty much common right now. That was shared with everybody, correct?
Was it?
I think Raycourt was the one who noticed. I can't remember if they said anything or not.
No, I think Lyra is the only one who noticed their eyes were closed.
Yeah, I
Oh,
didn't
Lyra.
share that, but you could probably assume the fact, but no confirmation.
Yeah, I would allow that it's safe to say you can assume something's going on with them.
Yeah, I was just trying to turn, like, what would be the best reaction she'd have given the information. Um, I think first, just to play it safe instead of just, like, grabbing him, she's got her little Willow, her little elemental flame pet, and I think she's going to have her go and, like, dance in front of his eyes, not really touching him, but to see if he reacts at all to the sensation of having something in front of him.
Very
If
well.
that makes sense.
Yes, you may. You send. What'd you name it again?
Willow,
Willow.
because it's just a little wisp of blue flame, almost a little bigger than like a candle flame.
Tiny little flame, bigger than a candle flame.
It's Willow the Wisp.
Yes.
Very well. Get back to you in just a second. Raycor, you get a choice. You either roll to get out of this, to saw your way through the root, or you can take a stress to succeed automatically.
I'm going to risk one more roll.
Very well. Go for it.
It's a strength roll. Correct.
Yes, it is a strength roll.
$20 with fear.
20 with fear. You do saw your way as best as you can with an axe. It's not easy. They're made for hacking and chopping. Sawing is a little bit of an awkward motion. But
yes.
But you succeed eventually. You get your stuff unstuck from the root itself. And I'll take that fear token.
I have been producing far too much fear this session.
I don't think you have. Not that much.
Very recently, I should say. In the last 30 minutes, I've produced far too much fear for my liking.
That'll take a little bit of time, but now you are free. You shouldn't have too much issues following their tracks, or will you?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm going to run as fast as I can, zapping what I need to. Do you need another agility roll?
Well, now it's more because Mork changed directions a couple times, but Lyro's staying with them. It was kind of general in a southern direction, so you know that. So I'll say, no roll needed.
Okay.
But we'll say you're late to the party.
Sounds good. That does make sense.
We'll return back to Echo and Lyra.
I was gonna say Echo's still connected telepathically too, so I feel like she would have given
that is
like
true. That is true.
little directions as she's trying to run through, like still going straight, or turn to the left a little. Yeah,
that is
stuff
true.
like that. So hopefully that'll help.
Yeah, that indeed will help, and that will be the reason he gets there. All right. You send Willow out in front of Mork's face, kind of dancing and to see if Mork will react to it. He doesn't seem to react, still seems to be walking towards. And getting a close look, you see his eyes are closed.
Alright. I would say her next step then is to prestidigitation the sound of like a small bang, like a firecracker going off near someone. And next to Mork, since he's still the closest, and see if that snaps him out of anything.
Sorry, repeat that one more time for me.
So she has prestidigitation, which is just, small magical effect, and I was just gonna have like a explosion sound, like a little firework sound, like setting off a firecracker kind of thing
Okay.
near his ear to kind of see if it initiates that startled response, kind of snaps them out of it or whatever.
Give me a presence check as you do this.
Okay. One moment.
Hmm.
Oof, that wasn't a good one.
Nothing happens. Mork doesn't even react to this loud, like essentially sudden noise you make with your spell. Mork just keeps on walking, ignoring you.
I would like to fly back to when I see Echo, and then a bit later on Rekor come in. I'm going to fly back to the group, because then my minute of flight is probably ending.
Very well.
And I will say, um, I would. I don't know. I don't feel good going into this field. That thing over there, and I point to the cairnstone. That thing is supposed to be ancient, but it seems like it's brand new. Something strange is going on here, and I don't like it.
Quick question about distances.
Yes.
How far am I from uh Morgan and the cairn now that I'm here?
Uh, how far from Mork and Haas you are? At this point?
And the cairn itself, yes.
Oh, Mork. Mork would be considered because there's melee, very close, close, far and very far. Was there one more range increment? I don't remember.
I think it's 5 ranges. Melee, very close, close, far, and very far.
Mork would be considered far from it, while Haas is close. Not very close.
Oh,
I was gonna say
sorry.
it.
To me, how far from me? I should have
Are you from the cairn?
from each of them.
Oh, from each of them. All of them as a group, you're still running. It's kind of up to Echo and Lyra what they're gonna do in this moment before you get there.
Okay.
So you're like running, right? You've been given the directions by Echo,
Okay.
and you are running, but you would be considered very far plus.
Okay.
You know, it's not quite combat scenario scene.
Gotcha.
Echo is staying with Mork. She's not concerned because the plants haven't been able to do anything to them so far. So she has no problem waiting in there. She will suggest that nobody else does, just to be safe. Lyra already said they feel bad about going in there, and yeah,
Very
fully
well.
support you not doing so.
Yeah, I am going to. I'm going to stay at the edge of the glade, or stay.
Like just outside the circle of like the red glowing flowers.
Yeah, like whatever, or however far that is away from the wood line, because it's mostly those glowing red flowers that concern me. So
Very well.
I would like to now that I can barely make out the details of what's happening in the distance. I'm prioritizing moving within close range of Mork.
Very well. Haas is now very close to the cairnstone. Mork, Echo, as you're following him, just enters like the little grass field that the flowers encircle. And you get there, Raycor. You meet up with Lyra at the edge of this circle of flowers. This glade. You see there is a pond too. On the opposite side of it, there's a little pond connecting to this. The cairnstone
Would
in the middle.
Haas be
Go ahead.
would Haas be within far range of me?
Be close.
I'm gonna try and reach out with magic hand and grab his shoulder and see if I can stop him, since he's getting very close to that cairnstone.
All right. So, what role should we make this be? Because this is indeed going to be a roll.
Knowledge because spellcasting? I say hopefully because strength is bad.
Maybe, but it's also like how fast are you to like react to getting this spell, to like pulling him away. Knowledge is how the spell works. But, or maybe. Oh, you know what? I'm going to roll a d20 real quick. 1 to 10, it's going to be finesse. 11 to 20, it'll be knowledge. It's a 2. It's going to
At
be a
least that's
finesse
still a
roll.
+1. Okay.
Yeah, it's not your worst stat. It's not strength.
It is not strength, so that's good. Yeah.
Ooh.
Ouch, that hurts to see.
The magic hand doesn't pull him away. It simply just tugs at Haas's clothing.
Does Echo at least see a reaction to it? Like it registers that something is trying to tug it away?
Haas, no, puts his hand on the cairnstone, and you begin to see the flowers glowing brighter. All three of you hear a very low tone voice speak out. Begin transfusion testing. And I'm going to pop up a battle map.
Begin trans. Oh yeah, was it have a light episode? No biggie.
I was thinking light, but then I immediately changed on the spot. I was like, nah, it's not. It's light that it only needs you three.
It's only a little life and death.
It's only a little death. Come on. I'm not known for killing my player characters. Maybe. All right. Let me know if you can see the map.
Yes.
I can see it.
So
Yeah.
this is essentially like the little field area, but around this is like a ring of flowers. So you're technically off the battle map. So Lyra and Raycor. You know, this is just for reference. You're out there, but you're not too far from this. You're about maybe 40 feet ish out, up above the map to the north.
Okay.
Let's place your Let's place your. Oop, I'm on the wrong layer. Oops, if I be there. Lyra and Raycor, I am putting down the map, but you're not actually there in that spot.
Okay.
Echo, you're not necessarily there. You're like, you're probably where I put your token now. And Mork, Mork's in front of you. We'll say right there. All right. But Echo, but all three of you hear that voice. But Echo, you're in the area and you see Mork moving over towards the Cairn Stone.
I keep looking at my spells and try to think of what I can do.
Could I complete
Damn them
my
for already being asleep and
Oh,
I have
yeah.
slumber.
Raycor, what were you doing?
I was throwing my shield. Using spirit weapon.
Okay. What does that do?
I am aiming to hit the back of Mork's kneecaps
Oh, okay.
and make him fall. Because that's all I'm in range to do.
Gotcha. Make a roll. Make an attack with that spirit weapon.
Okay.
I gotta look up.
I'm also going to use my experience and a hope to activate. In this case, it's not literally the head, but I'm activating my. I went for the head experience because this is a instant decision, and I'm trying to lean on accuracy.
I will say you're going for the back of knees, but this is more of like a decisive decision.
Yes,
right?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
With a person like Mork, it might not be that decisive.
I'm confused.
What I mean is something like that is like straight up for something that is the weak point, that is the perfect critical moment to hit something, strike something, or do something in that situation. It was very quick, but it's not quite that decisive moment, right?
I believe you. Okay.
You know what I mean?
I don't know.
It's a little hard to
I'm not quite.
explain.
I just that as soon as I got in close range, that was my decision that I.
Yeah, that is a
I
quick
needed
decision,
to.
but it's not quite the one that's like let's say if there was a floating gem that was possessing everybody, and then you decided to target that, that would be something I would consider to use that experience for.
I should have used a different term than head, but it's less about less about it's kind of about exacting, not necessarily that it needs to be a critical point, but just that I'm making a spur of the moment decision, and it's going to be probably a little extreme, maybe. But
Okay. Okay. You know what? Why not? I'll give that to you.
okay, yeah, I'm never going to use it as if it's like, oh, I went for specifically the leader, so I should. That's not really the.
Gotcha. With that clarification,
Yeah.
that. Very well. Go ahead and spend your hope on that. 14. Well, it
With
does.
fear.
It does hit Mork. Drops to his knees. And he looks like he's about to get back up.
Well, it was something.
The fear
but
was
no other.
if it had no effect. That was what you feared, and it happened. He just gets back up and it looks like he's walking towards it. I'll give you guys a. Well, actually, what is there something else you wish to do? Mork moves closer.
So, Haas is the one actually touching the stone right now.
Mm-hmm. His hands are on it. The flowers are all glowing red. Essentially this green field is taking like this red tint to it.
Okay. I want to attack with my great staff, and I want to try and do it in such a way as to try and knock his hand off the stone.
Oh, sure.
If
Okay.
I can.
Yeah.
It says
Without a
the
roll,
distance is very far, so I'm assuming it shoots some kind of arcane energy as far as being a magic weapon.
Yeah, go for it.
Alright, so... Okay, so that's 2 die, and then drop the lowest, because it's considered powerful.
Drop the lowest.
Hold
so
on,
4
it
points.
probably helps if I actually...
So 4. You'd have to roll to hit, yeah.
Yeah.
I found out that the notation for that in Roll20 is 2d6 KH. 2d6 KH, and then you put +2.
That's good to know. Might have to have you help me do that in the future.
It's not well.
So as far as rolling to hit, would that just be knowledge since that's her weapon, or I don't know.
Does
I've not actually had to roll to hit yet.
The
weapons have a specific quality in their specific stat in their description.
Yeah, it should say when you look at under weapons what the great staff is, which I think it is knowledge, because I think it's like the quarter staff that's more of like the martial stuff. The great staff, I think, is knowledge based.
Even
Yeah.
even under your active weapons on your character sheet, it should show the first box should show the
Yeah,
the
I know it's
attribute
knowledge.
it
So
uses.
what I'm trying to clarify is that means it's a knowledge roll to hit, right? And not
Yes.
just
Yes.
I get
Yes.
that +2 from knowledge onto the damage. Okay.
Yeah, the
Thank
+2
you,
is
just
only
a moment.
for chance to hit and not
Okay.
for damage.
I'll look at Haas's. Okay.
Alright, so 17 with hope, and because I rolled a 7, and that is my strange pattern number, I'm going to clear a stress.
All right. What does this look like from your greatstaff when you blast Haas's hand away from the cairnstone?
So I would imagine that her staff is made out of iron like her, simply because it's built to last. And it has like a glowing blue orb to it that sends out like a crackle of energy. So less like the lightning that Raycor did, and more like a ball of lightning, so to speak, that
Okay.
hopefully strikes his arm away from the cairn and doesn't do a ton of damage. Hopefully. Which, if we go by the damage roll, wouldn't.
I'll go ahead and by the damage. I mean, he's gonna take a stress, essentially. And I allow like my players, like if you're rolling damage against allies, you can choose to actually deal damage like wounds, or you're just, trying to stop them. So in this case, you're not trying to hurt your friends, you're just trying to keep them away from the cairnstone, right?
Yes, in this case, you would be aiming more for a knockback than a wound.
Then yeah, they're they are you basically just keeping them from touching it, and they take a stress. I'm gonna roll something. Okay. When his hand is removed, the red glow persists. And the three of you begin to hear rustling in the bushes and little bits of bigger plants around the red flowers.
Okay, I am going to mark another stress and go airborne again.
Very well.
And I am going to take a gnarled piece of petrified bark that I have on my as a talisman on my neck, and I am going to, before I fly up, I am going to toss that to Raycor.
All right.
And I am going to transfer my Arcana ward, my Rune ward.
Ooh, okay. I've been looking a lot at the Arcana domain, so I definitely know what the rune word does. All right.
Yeah, so Rune ward is a special trinket that I have that reduces damage. Whenever the holder takes damage, they may spend 1 hope to reduce it by 1d8. On an 8, it loses power. So you see my wings appear in full expression, and just before I fly up, you get this. I throw you this piece of petrified bark. Here, take this. I have no idea what will happen, but I'm hopefully safe up in the sky. Just this will help tank some of the hits.
Thanks, Lyra.
And yeah, I'm swirling up into the air.
Very well. Now,
Could I
go for it, Raycor.
could I drop my token into in front of Mork? I can't I can't move the token that's on the map.
Oh, it's not letting you move it?
Yeah, I could drop mine from my folder though.
Yeah, go for it. That's one thing I should test. Echo and Lyra, see if you can move your token. If not, you can see if you can drag your token out. If it does not work,
Yeah, it's
I
not
can move it.
appearing.
all right. Can you
Give me
move?
1 second.
Gotcha. What'd you say, Raykor?
Mine won't come out either. I can't figure it out.
No.
I can move mine.
No worries.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
That was me
that's
putting
not
it.
me.
Yeah, that was me putting it down.
Okay. I want to, before this gets any worse, I want to, use my forceful push against, and I'm using my round shield to do the melee attack to initiate it. So I first need to do that, but I'm going to be using my forceful push ability as well with my round shield attack if this works.
Very well. Go for it. You're using it on Mork.
Yes. "14 with hope."
Oh, this is actually very important. Because what is... I don't think Mork has a good evasion. Last I saw. But let me just make sure.
Mhm.
Ah, come on, Demiplane. No, it's a 3. Yeah, no. Everything hits him. Alright, forceful push. That connects. I'm assuming you're not trying to deal damage necessarily. Or
Yeah,
are
I'm
you?
not trying to, but it I don't know how to get around it. Also, forceful push makes me roll an additional 1d6 damage if I succeeded with hope on the original attack.
I'll say because you're an ally, you're not trying to hurt him.
Okay.
You ignore the minor damage threshold. You know, if you reach
Okay.
that, they're just gonna take a stress instead of a hit point. But if you
Okay.
accidentally roll too much damage and get above their next threshold, then yes, they would take damage.
Well, I have to now add a 1d6 to that 4 because thank goodness.
Yeah, he takes a
Okay.
stress. And does it
Okay.
launch him?
It does. It sends him out of melee range, and he is temporarily vulnerable.
Ooh! It flies back. Knocked onto his back. I'm gonna roll something. No? Okay. Alright. Now let's reveal some baddies. Ones you can't socially counter out of. They're not in those exact spots, but they are arriving there. You hear a rustling, and Lyra, you're the one who sees it first. Little flower-like creatures that are just ravenously moving, and they are uprooted. Moving towards the cairnstone.
I don't know. I think we made a lot of headway into how we can communicate with plants, and we could talk them down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Lyra, you're up.
But Lyra is also the one that says, no, you experience, you feel what they experience.
I did this last time. I talked the goblin down. This is definitely up to you.
All right. Combat is officially now. Mork and Haas still look like they are controlled, but players get to go first. There are creatures entering the area, and Lyra, you are in the air. Then I to make sure I take note of that.
When you say they're still under control, is their main goal still to get to the cairn, or does it look like there is a chance that Mork's gonna reach around and try to slap me? Because I don't want that.
I mean, Mork's eyes are closed and he looks like he's getting back up, but not an aggressive sense. Well, he's been aggressive to all the plants he's marched through, but that's just Mork.
I mean, at this point, I think we're all feeling a little aggressive towards the plants.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take out my double staff, and I am going to essentially just sort of split it in two, I guess, and make a couple of hand gestures, and I'm going to fire a magical bolt at this one.
Ooh, alright. Yeah.
So that is an instinct roll. No, that's a 7.
Oof. You fire the shot and it's a...
Wait 1 second. Yeah, I'm going to activate my luck bender.
Alright. Spending
So
2 hope to redo it?
A 3 hope.
Ah, 3 hope.
So I get to roll my entire duality dice, but I have to take this result.
Very well. Go for it.
23 with fear.
23 with fear, but it does hit the creature. Alright. Is there an amount of damage that you cause with this?
Yes. That's 8 damage.
Ooh, 8 points. This little thing that appears to be like a... It's like a terrifying version of the piranha plant in, Super Mario. You snap off... Your shot was perfect, and it snaps off, like, chunks of this little creature. And it drags away, but it's still alive, barely. It's scurrying up. Looks like it's trying to get to you, but you're unsure if they can get to you. However, that was with fear. Now it is my go. But there's only been one person who went, so I'm going to spend 2 fear to activate 5 of them. We're going to say 2 of them are going to get onto Raycor. 1 is going to be moving about halfway. 3 of them are moving about halfway. Not quite there, but 2 of them are going to get on top of you, Raycor, and they do have a biting attack. These ravenous little red glowing flower creatures. We'll just roll regular d20 rolls. They have +0. Does that hit your evasion?
My evasion is 7, so yeah,
So
they both do.
So they just have to roll damage. It's not much, but they both hit you. Now it's 2 separate attacks, so 8 and 8.
Okay. I am going to. Hold on just a second.
These little creatures just, and they seem to be making noises from this piranha-like mouth that they have moving over to you.
Okay. I'm going to use 2 armor slots. So one is. So am I negating a total of 16, or am I having to negate 8 and 8?
8 and 8
separately. Okay.
They are separate.
So I'm gonna use an armor slot on each attack to bring the damage amount down to 2, which would be just over my minor threshold.
So you will take 1 point if it's just over your minor threshold.
So I'll take 2 HP damage.
All right.
Okay.
All right, but that's
yeah,
my go.
And also, sorry,
Go ahead.
I did the armor. I want to what's the ward thing that I was given? How does that work again?
Every time you get attacked, you roll. You may spend 1 hope to roll a d8.
Okay.
And reduce the damage further by whatever you roll.
Okay.
But if you get an 8, it basically runs out of juice until it's become recharged later.
Okay. We'll. Okay. Well, there's that. Okay.
So
I'm gonna negate 1 with that, and then the other I'll use the armor.
So you only
against.
took 1 hit point.
Yes.
But the rune ward is now inactive.
Yep.
Unlucky.
That would be how this works.
Lucky, but also unlucky.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, it is your guys' go.
I would like to I'd like to pop off really quick and use my elemental breath against quite literally all of them, because they're all in range of my breath attack.
One thing though is that while it does say all enemies in range, they are in separate groupings. So is it something that you target everything as like a massive AoE all around you, or is it specifically like against a group cluster within a certain range?
I guess it would probably be cluster. I don't know.
I'd like to imagine that's probably what it is.
Yeah, it's not stated in
they
the
need a code.
Yeah, they need to clarify that in the book.
Yeah, that's definitely something I would like them to touch on.
Yeah, because if we go by AoE, then I think that's everybody, including us, at risk of getting a little singed.
Yeah, well, it says to use your breath against an enemy or group of enemies within close range.
Ah, there it is. So yeah, you would target a group. They're not. So the 2 in front of you are in a group.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm gonna use my melee then. There's not a point when I can
until they're more collected.
Yeah. I'm gonna use I'm gonna use my hallowed axe.
Very well. Give me an attack roll.
And I'm going to use the multi-target. I'm gonna mark a stress and throw it at multiple.
Ooh, okay. How many can you affect with this?
Up to 2. So I'm gonna hit
The 2 in front.
yeah.
Thor's hammer, but with an axe. Though you're in melee, so it's not necessarily being thrown. But unless that's the flavor you'd like.
Yeah, very, very little snappy little pop.
Pop, pop.
Yeah. For me, with my
Critical success.
Nice.
12 is not
For me-
good, but it's a critical.
Yeah. For me, with my dual staff, imagine like the dual staff setup you can play in Elden Ring, but shorter.
Okay. 8 magic damage. And it's a...
Oh yes, sorry. I don't know if that one is separate rolls. I have no clue. I don't know if I messed that up. Because
I think it's one attack that it's one swing, but...
Well, it says it's weird. It hits the one and then it. Let me find.
Guess that is
Spirit weapon is weird.
Spirit weapon is from.
It says on the same attack roll. I don't know if that includes damage because it says it can fly from your hand to strike an enemy in close range and return to you. You can mark a stress to target an additional. So it's flying from my hand, hitting one target, and then going to hit another one, and then coming back to me.
I would say it's probably 1 damage roll for both, for the sake of like,
yeah.
For the sake of like you not having to roll as much.
I'll fix that later. Sorry.
No, you're good. This is everything we all have to test out.
No.
But just.
This is why we're here.
Yep. And that's my GM ruling. Is probably maybe it's 1 damage die. So we're gonna go with. Just crit. What does crits do for damage? Actually, that's one thing because I can't crit.
I don't know. From what I read, it seems like it's only just guaranteed hit, but I feel like I feel like a critical hit. I have to be missing something.
That is true. Are you able to recover a stress? And I know you get a hope back.
Oh yeah, I've been doing hope. I haven't been doing stress. If that's a thing,
I think if you crit, you reduce your stress.
Okay.
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
You take away the stress you've gained. But 8 damage.
Yeah. Yes.
Here, critical success. If your attack roll is a critical success, roll damage as usual, then add extra damage equal to the maximum potential value of all your damage dice to... Wait, huh? Okay, wait a second.
So it's max damage you could do on a normal attack, plus a die roll from a normal attack.
Oh, so it's double, effectively, in this case.
Potentially.
Yeah, almost. So I would take my 1d10 plus 1, and that'd be 11 plus the 8.
I think it's the maximum you can roll, so it's 10.
So basically, here's what happens. You roll your damage as normal.
Okay. 8.
8. Okay.
Yes.
And then, plus 10.
Plus.
So the maximum of the damage die, essentially.
Yes, the max of the damage die.
So that's 18 to both of them. This kills both of them.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like spirit weapon a lot. I like thorax.
Where's that from, actually?
I think it's a Seraph.
It's Seraph. It's
yeah,
the spirit weapon for Seraph. It's divine wielder subclass.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he basically has Thor's hammer, but with an axe.
Yeah. Yeah. Crits are actually insanely powerful because they scale with proficiency.
Oh man.
Which means if you have a weapon and your proficiency is all the way up, like let's say your proficiency 4 and you have 4d10, that's 40 points of damage on a crit plus 4d10.
No.
Yeah, you roll if you have a proficiency of 4 and you crit, then you roll 4d10 plus your bonuses, plus your bonus, plus 40.
That's gonna be some insane damage numbers there. All right, but that was that was a success.
Oh yeah.
You can keep going, but I would like to know what Echo and Lyra would like to do. Like, I think I'm gonna pass it around. Just
Sounds good.
I will pass on to Echo.
very well,
Which one?
Echo. You've been put
I
on
am
the spot.
rethinking what I was going to do because I misread a spell she has and it's no longer as useful as I was hoping it would be. Dang it.
Oh, did it?
Um,
It was updated. It changed.
Oh.
I don't know if it changed because I don't remember exactly what it said before, but I was thinking you could target multiple opponents and you could only target one, and that changes my whole plan.
It is
Gotcha.
plural though. It does say, I just read what you sent, and you can spend multiple hope to shoot multiple projectiles. So you can
See, and I was looking
spend
at that.
any amount of hope based on how that reads to
See-
fire off that many projectiles.
Yeah, but it looks like what I was
Each one
confused
of
on was I
those.
was thinking it would be I could use those projectiles on a different enemy, but it looks like you could only use it to basically do more damage to the enemy you're spending them on, because you roll then the amount of d6 equal to the hope you spend.
I think
Yeah.
and
with
deal
their,
that much damage.
I think with their intention with that spell, if I recall what you're talking about, it's the one that you don't roll to hit, right? That's the one that's like magic missile
Mm-hmm.
in D&D
Yeah.
5e.
Yeah, basically.
I saw that. I think the intent is per missile against a target.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So,
realizing.
If you
which
spend 3 hope,
is-
you could target all 3 of them on one guy, or target 3 different guys with one.
That's what it feels like to me.
I
is
think
that
that's what it
it's kind
is.
of giving you the option on purpose that it's like you're gonna get so many d6 of damage to deal, and you have to decide which projectiles go where.
Yeah. The trade-off is that while it doesn't seem that useful, you also don't have to roll to hit, like magic missile.
Yeah, that needs a little more extra text for clarification.
Very much.
Definitely.
Yeah, in that case, I want to go ahead and move closer because I will happily spend the hope to go for all 4 of them.
Yeah, because like if they change it to like use an action to spend any number of hope and shoot magical projectiles that automatically strike any number of enemies within close range, so you have double any, that means you can just select, which would solve the problem.
Oh, yeah. Unless they do mean it differently, where it's like you spend hope, and all targets within close range are struck. So one missile can hit 4 different targets, if that's their intent.
Well,
but yeah, they need to word it.
It does say, and this is what I think why it's at least each projectile needs to either hit one enemy and then it's gone, or or they could all go into one enemy. It says projectiles that, so it's a modifier of projectile. Projectiles that automatically strike an enemy within close range.
An enemy.
Yeah, so
Gotcha.
each projectile can only hit one enemy before being
Gotcha.
extinguished,
so it is
basically.
Exactly like magic missile.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just they got to clarify whether or not you're meant to stack or have the option to hit
All right.
separate
Uh,
ones.
I'll say Yeah, you can technically be considered like very close to maybe not all 4 of them because they're all kind of spread out. So you can get 3.
I was gonna say. Well, I was gonna say it says close is 10 to 30 feet, which is why I was moving where I moved, because that should put even the farthest one within 30 feet.
Oh yeah, that's right. That does.
And I will happily spend 4 hope to do 1d6 damage to all 4 of them.
Very well. Go for it.
And that is my 1 shot per short rest.
Yeah, there's. It needs to clarify if this can select multiple enemies or is single target only.
Yeah.
The intention definitely feels like it's meant to be a magic missile, though. So I think it's what they meant, but they need to. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, they need to just move some words around, add some different ones in there to kind of give the idea, like putting in a little extra tech. Magic missiles can only hit 1 target, right?
Okay. Really quickly, I am going to replace Echo's 2 there with one of my prayer dice. Or sorry, no, it adds to it.
All right.
So I'm putting her 2 at the end is a 5.
Her 2 at the end is a 5. Okay, so 3, 4, 5, 5. Going up.
I was just thinking left to right as far as that goes. So
Left to right?
starting.
Very much so.
Yeah. So like starting with the one way over. I can't.
Well, the one Lyra wounded
Here.
is now dead.
Yeah, I was thinking starting with. Oh, okay. Then I don't. Wait, did I only need 3 then?
Yep, on that one.
No. Your missile killed that one because
Oh,
Lyra
just
wounded
the
it.
fact that. Okay, never mind. I'm
And
caught up now. I swear.
your magic does connect to the next 3. Blasting these little slithering creatures. All right. But they are still up.
I would like to give my lucky axe another toss here. And
I'll give it to Lyra unless you're deciding what you want to do, Lyra. Then I'll let Raycor go.
Oh no, I don't have any offensive spells, so
Gotcha. You've got a lot of utility.
I am pure utility.
I mean, we
So
have a frickin' we've got air support. That's
that. You also were
epic
using.
in of itself.
You also were using Rune Ward. That's true. You were being supportive and using utility. All right.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so I am going to blast this one out of existence, hopefully.
All right. From your staff, firing
Yes.
a magical attack. Go for it.
Yeah, so my dual staff has a range of far, so that's
it's-
perfectly fine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, like imagine like for those that know the context, Elden Ring, except
Oh,
these
yes.
staffs actually fit together. They can be, and they can be pulled apart, like basically like you're doing Aikido.
Aikido, but with magic blasts coming from him.
Yes.
All right, give me that attack roll.
That's a crit.
That's a crit. All right.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter what I probably doesn't
Yeah,
matter what I rolled.
yeah.
That one's dead.
The max.
Well, but let's
the max
let's
damage
roll
kills it.
anyway. Let's
Yeah.
roll anyway to find out. Whoa, 18.
18 points of
Oh
damage.
my
Yeah.
gosh.
And by the way, I was gonna ask for the case of just for your own fun, but also for the audience. Lyra, what does this look like? Like, what kind of magic? What does it look like? This magic blast you send out of your staff, of your half a staff, your half staff.
So my half staff, my dual staff. So
Oh, no.
it's sort of it's almost like it's almost like a lightning bolt, but not quite. It has the wrong color. It's this sort of. It's hard to describe. It's hard to really describe the color, but imagine if peace and quiet had a color.
Okay.
Or
kind
like
of,
if tranquility had a color, it's not quite like that.
it's not
like,
quite a color, but more like a presence. A weird.
Yeah, it's not the like sickly green of death.
I almost imagine a pastel green.
Yeah, it's sort of like that. It's not that sickly neonish green of death magic, but it's
More like a life.
it's kind
Green glow.
of similar.
Hmm.
It's kind of similar, but not.
Okay.
And then after that, I would like to. I am
Like a
going
sylvan
to.
green rather than like balefire green.
Yes. Yeah, and after that, I am going to fly over. Let's hover around Hoss.
All right. Hovering around Haas. I'm gonna spend a fear to take my turn. 2 tokens. I'm gonna activate these 2. They are. You're still in the air, so I don't think they're gonna be able to get you, Larry. But they're gonna go for Haas. And they're just gonna make some cheap shot attacks. One misses.
Hell
But
yeah.
one bites onto him. Six points, alright. He's gonna take a hit point for that. I'm gonna spend 2 fear to activate one of the Cairnstone's abilities.
Oh no.
It
I don't like the sound of
releases
that.
AoE range.
it releases a red pulse.
I knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah, I figured, but oh well.
Oh.
It's strange, and Raycor, you're gonna feel it especially.
Oh.
But I rolled badly. This red pulse releases, and you feel like something that's psychic, and it feels like it's gonna hurt your head.
Mm.
Mork and Haas, though, automatically take damage from it. Because they're connected to it right now.
Mm.
With this pulse, though, I'll just say, mechanically, it's supposed to heal 1 hit point of any of the red flowers, but the ones that were wounded are dead. So, just these 2. That's my go. I tried to do something sneaky, and it didn't work. Alright,
Well,
your
they
go.
should have been wounded too.
Does it?
Oh, yeah,
does
they
it
are.
have-
Oh, they are wounded, which means they are
Oh
healed.
yeah.
This red wave passes over them. And you see
Does
them
it have
writhing.
any? Does it have any bearing that I prevented Mork from touching the cairn?
Has some bearing,
Okay, just curious.
but you also don't know. I
But
mean,
yeah, it's a suspicion. It's a suspicion.
but it's your guys' go.
I need to smack him. I need to smack him.
All right. Imagine you like do a wide swing, like to go around the cairn stone.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna move right here-ish. And throw my hallowed axe again.
All right. Go for it.
All right. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I'm going to.
The unfortunate
use
thing
my
is
second...
they're all over Haas, so when you throw this, you're trying to avoid that cutting into Haas. So they attack.
I add my other prayer die to the 1, so that hope is now a 4. And my total would be
Does it change the
8.
result that if it's a fear
Yes.
or a hope result?
Yes, it should. Yeah, I choose one of the die that I rolled, so it's specific
Gotcha.
to adjust that.
Very well. So,
let me double check it real fast because I don't want to be wrong.
but what did you add it to? Just so.
The hope die, unless I messed up.
How much was it though? Just so I know if it's success or failure.
Both of my prayer die rolled to 3 at the beginning, so it added 3 to hope, which would turn hope into 4, which would turn my total into 8.
Gotcha. So the attack will still miss, but now you're just reading up to see if the die result still gives you the hope or fear.
Yes.
Despite you adding to it. Very well.
It doesn't say. I have it pulled up here.
Add to any result after the roll. Exchange that for that many hope. Give
Alright.
to any player.
No, here. Add to any roll result. So you change the result to an 8, but it's still a fear roll.
Okay.
Okay.
Then,
Well, then-
it comes around to my turn.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. So okay.
Alright.
Sweet.
I don't have enough tokens, so do I activate tokens? I'm gonna turn in 2 of my action tokens for a fear token, and I'm gonna spend 2 to make the stone pulse again.
No.
16.
Oh no.
What's everyone's evasion?
7.
8.
8.
This wave of red magical energy bursts out, and unable to really avoid it, you all are going to take some damage. So, all 3 of you, there's a modifier to this, take 7 points of damage. It's magical, if there's anything you have that prevents magic damage.
Okay.
I am going to mark 1 armor slot.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm going to remove 1 armor slot and reduce it by 5. So that means I just take 1 HP damage
Very
instead
well.
of 2.
Alright. Basically, your armor and your what you're wearing basically blocks most of this strange red wave. Keeps it from completely affecting you.
I took 1 HP.
And probably stops me from losing altitude.
Well, this is the next thing I was going to say. For those who got hit, I didn't have anything that interrupts spellcasting or flying, so... But for your next action, you have to succeed a instinct roll of a certain DC to act.
I will say I took an armor slot, so I would only have to take 1 hit point as well, because I'm squishy.
Very well. I also was not able to move my flower guys, so...
Real quick, Echo, what is your HP at?
You mean like my where my thresholds are, or
No,
I've only
how
taken
much, how
1
much
HP of damage
Oh, okay.
period.
Okay.
So
We'll hold off on healing you then, because I can. If y'all run into trouble, and we'll just say this is telepathic. If
Alright.
you run into trouble, I can heal 2 HP and 2 stress.
Raycor was
Yeah,
the...
for long
Go ahead.
rests.
Yeah, I also have healing. I don't know how much hope I have left though, so
Hmm. Yeah, my sparing touch doesn't require hope. That's the nice part. So,
yeah, mine does, but I can roll higher.
I gotcha.
So-
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because it's 1d4, right?
Mine is.
And if you get 4, that's a
Yeah.
big heal.
Yeah, it's 1d4 health.
Wow.
Alright. So, Raycor was the last one to act, and it's your guys' turn again. Echo and Lyra. Which one of you would like
I'm
to
gonna
go?
take a shot at the Cairnstone with my great staff,
Go for it.
just to tag it. That is a 14 with hope.
14 with hope. That is a success. Go ahead and roll damage. Cairnstone has... I'm just telling you, the Cairnstone has an
So-
evasion of 2. Which means you literally
That's
can't...
good to know.
Wild. I can.
But
I
its,
can't believe
off
that.
but its damage thresholds are a bit
Oh yeah,
thicker.
So that'd be 6 damage, because the highest roll there was 4, and then the +2. So 6 damage to the Cairnstone.
6 damage. Okay. You caused a little bit of... Put a crack into this Cairnstone with that blast. Alright.
Lyra, take the stone if you get the chance. I can hit multiple enemies if I can get a successful attack.
Yeah, I am going to, you know what? I'm going to actually put a little distance between the Cairnstone and me. I'm going to, fly back up a little bit, so about 15 feet off the ground. And, yeah, I should be more than able to angle now so that I don't hit Hoss. And I'm going to, try and destroy this aberration, whatever this is.
Go for it.
Okay. Before that was the instinct roll first.
Mm-hmm.
I don't... Would my unnerving experience have any bearing on this?
On the instinct
I
roll, not necessarily. Because this is more... Whatever magic is there, it's kind of like it's affecting your senses. So it's mostly you trying to find yourself out of that.
Yeah. Yeah, plus it was also more like based on like her own or their own characteristics. More like the unnerving. Oh, well, this one first. It's a 16 with hope.
16, and you're targeting the creature, right?
No, this is the instinct roll to act.
Oh, right, this instinct roll, which is a success.
Okay, now I'm attacking,
Very well.
which is another instinct roll. But hey,
yeah, but this one's the actual attack.
that's a 7 with fear.
7 with fear.
Oh no.
Well, it still hits
Oh yeah, that's true.
because it has an evasion of 2.
On the Cairnstone, right?
Yes.
Yep. That hits.
That was handy.
Okay,
That
so
was handy.
Go ahead and roll damage.
8.
8. Okay. Marking that now. Piece of it crumbles off of it.
I'd like to move here. It's in close range of me, and then I'd like to. Uh-oh, I might have clicked the wrong place the second time. Right there. is where I'd like to move. And then
When
attempt
it's
another.
when it's your turn, because that was a roll
Oh,
of fear,
okay. Gotcha.
and I am gonna take my turn.
Dang, nabbit.
Because I am lacking on resources. All right, I'm gonna take that fear token and turn it into 2 action tokens, which I'm gonna move these little guys over to Echo. I'm gonna make 2 attacks on
Oh,
you.
come on, I don't even have anything you can chew on.
You hurt them with magic earlier. So they're just reacting at whatever's
And I'll
threatening.
hurt them again.
Oh. I don't know if your evasion is that low.
8.
No, thankfully it's not that low. It's an 8.
It's 8. Okay, yeah, they...
I don't think evasion can get that low.
That's extremely canon, though, for plants trying to feed off of a metal.
It can get that low because Mork's is 2.
Oh yeah, right, because he's in like full plate with a tower shield.
Yeah.
Mork is as evasive as the cairn.
You guys called
Yeah,
him when you guys were calling him a tree,
deliberately-
I was thinking in my head, no, he's a rock. He's not a tree.
I deliberately avoided any armor that was going to lower her evasion. She needs to be able to dodge as much as she can.
Good call, because if you had Mork's evasion, those things would have bit you. And they tried to, but maybe it's the fact that you're metal. They're unsure. Like, they know magic was cast from you. They know something hurt them from you. But they're unsure. That's my go. Now, Raycor, you can go.
I'm just
Okay.
picturing one of them's just teething on her leg and she's like, are you done here?
Yeah, that's literally what's going on.
I want to move right here to this square, if y'all can see that.
Go for it.
Oh yeah, I forget I can move the character now. That's funny.
I don't
Okay.
remember what the movement rules are, but I don't want to consider an agility roll unless there's like difficult terrain or other things.
Yeah, outside of
really
terrain,
distant.
I'm supposed. Yeah, I'm supposed to be able to move within close range without a roll, unless there's terrain issues.
Gotcha.
And
I imagine
then,
it's more for like the far and very far that more require the agility.
Yeah. And then I will use my spirit weapon, holy hallowed axe
Ooh.
attack. Oh, I need
You
to.
out of hope yet?
No, I've been refilling with my crits.
That's true. You have been.
Oh, and for my hallowed axe, I actually only have to use a stress to make it make it hit multiple enemies. It's actually it's a passive outside of that. I can throw it at any time and have it come back to me without hope.
Okay.
But I need to do instinct first, right?
Before you even attempt an action, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I will say, Larry, as you succeeded and passed through that, you felt the effect wear off, so you don't have to make another one. Whatever it was, it's this red, fuzzy anger that just clouded over and you shook it off.
Would anybody like to assist my instinct, as I don't have a lot of faith in it right now? These plants seem to be getting to me.
What are you trying to do?
Just roll this instinct roll. Just my perception, I assume, or my sense. Just keep an eye out for me, please. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we're linked telepathically. I'll spend a hope if that'll let him.
Oh, that's perfect.
I was going to say there's not much you can do to help him unless you actually tell me how, but because of that link, I'd say a mental focus, like, come on, get through it, I'll allow it.
Of course.
And that's just me
That's
rolling
my
a
roll.
D12, right? And he gets to add whatever I roll on a D12 to his roll? Or...
No, he chooses between
remember.
his or your hope die. But he
I
rolled
think I'm gonna
max
have to
on
use
his...
mine.
I think he's gonna get... Yeah, I think he's his best.
So I don't think you have to use hope because you didn't even roll it yet.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see
That's
shit. That was just for the fuck of
hilarious.
it.
Jeez, okay.
What the fuck? Oh my gosh.
I'd like to imagine, like, my own homebrew.
We're instinctual as hell in here.
My
Yep.
own homebrew brain wants to say that if you're helping someone because it's you helping and it's you making the D12 roll, that if it ends up as one of your numbers, the one you chose,
Oh yeah,
as your
it should.
school of knowledge, that you can still benefit from that, even assisting someone. If it ends up being the number you chose.
That's what I would imagine as well.
But yeah,
I'm gonna
you succeed.
get my
You
attack.
you snap out of it. Heavily.
Fantastic.
Whatever this was, it was a weird fuzzy feeling, but you're also familiar with the static in the air, right? The feeling, the energy.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to do, Raycor?
I am throwing my hallowed axe at one of the plants that is on Echo and also the cairn.
So it's gonna like go through this one and continue its trek towards the cairn stone.
Yes, and it's gonna be fear, of course. My attacks are just off.
I was gonna say I could focus on the plants now that they're within melee
12,
range. Little
unfortunately, is not gonna hit the plant, but it will hit the cairn stone. So you still get to roll damage.
Yeah, that's why I did that. Because I had a sneaking feeling. Of course. Of course.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
You realize your mage friends did a little bit more damage to the stone than you did.
Oh yeah, but
But it's something.
yeah, it's a doink for sure.
And that is a fear. But here's the cool thing. No, I better use that fear token. I want to save it. But you guys might kill my combatants. So, nope. I am... So that means I have one token. Nope, I am gonna take my turn to activate one of these little guys, and it is going to bite you. Echo. Or wait, no. It just saw the axe go. It's gonna move over to Raycor.
No, I want them in melee damage with me.
12.
I mean, this didn't mess up my plans at all.
Well, that
Raycor.
hit me.
That hits you?
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, 1 point.
Okay, well I'm going to expend an armor slot to just I don't want any more HP damage for now.
Okay. So I forget, if
Now,
you
is
take
that
0,
stress?
yeah, you're gonna take stress.
If it's
Instead of-
0 damage?
No, not
Okay.
anymore.
Oh, okay.
That's right. No, that's right. If you're more than 0, so at least 1 point of damage, but you're not above your minor threshold, you
Minor.
take stress.
Gotcha.
But if it is 0, you take nothing.
Sweet.
So you take nothing. Yeah, this thing bites into your armor, but no damage. But you expended an armor slot for it.
Yeah, it was my scale.
All right, it's your guys' go again. Lyra or Echo? Who's next?
I'll go. I'm gonna move around to the other side of that flower so that I'm within melee range of the Karn.
All right. I've been forgetting to move Mork, but he essentially would just he does move towards during that time.
Okay, and then I'm gonna cast Wild Flame.
Hmm.
So I can make a spellcast roll against up to 3 enemies within melee range. A flame erupts from my hand, dealing 2d6 damage and a stress to any I succeed against.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm going to focus on the Karn and the flower.
Very
I'm
well.
not going to worry about that third option.
All right, go for it. bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Okay, so the first one's gonna be a 26 with fear.
Alright. I believe
I'm
it.
gonna say that's on the Cairn.
I believe it's for all of them. Because I believe it's one attack on up to 3.
Oh, that works.
So you hit both.
Wasn't sure if I needed to roll more and give you opportunities for fear or if it was just the one.
No. There'll be plenty of ways down the road to get fear.
That's fair.
Alright.
And now, okay, so 2d6.
Dagnap.
Oh, man. 3 damage.
I feel you, though.
Okay. The Cairnstone takes a stress.
I was gonna end their stress if they need it.
Is that the second stress the Karen has taken?
Yep.
We're really stressed
The
this rock
plant
It's pondering
does-
its life choices.
The plant, though, does take HP damage. But it is still up because it got healed by the pulse. And that was with fear.
The fact that it was fire doesn't help any on the little plant guy. I I rolled so bad.
I'd say the fire does hurt it, but even if I double the damage, it still doesn't beat its next threshold to 2 points.
That's bad.
Which, if you guys
I just
guess,
wanna-
they have 2 hit points.
I just want to know for flavor that little bastard is smoldering.
Oh, it's freaking out, but now it's angry. And I have 2 fear tokens and 1 action token. I'm gonna take my turn from that. This little guy is gonna move here, freaking out from the fire, and it's gonna bite you, Echo.
Bring it, Gumby.
19.
Alright, that does it.
Alright, and for 5 points. As now, it's not just teething, it's now trying to destroy whatever it's hurting it. The Cairn
I'm
Stone,
gonna take another
another armor.
armor slot
Go for it.
because my major threshold is 5.
Okay. Cairn Stone. I'm gonna do this because I'm not sure if I wanted to use it because I wasn't sure how strong it could be. The stone, the Cairn Stone, I'm gonna spend 2 fear tokens to activate one of the mines it's controlling.
Ha, I knew it. No.
That's
But it uses the Cairn Stone's modifier, not Mork's modifier. So,
I trust you.
well, here's hoping that rock can't swing for shit.
that's going to be +5 for him, because I wanted them to have a good time hitting, but...
Yeah, that's gonna do it. That's so squishy.
7 points. And that's my go, I'm out. Of resources. Lyrae.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to buffer
Okay.
that with an armor slot again, because so squishy.
I am going to take aim for the one that's on Echo.
Very well. Go for
Get
it.
that one out of the way.
Give me that attack roll.
Uh, 16 with fear.
16 is with fear, but it will hit.
Okay. Uh, 6 damage.
6 damage. That is enough to finish it off. As it's smoldering from the previous burns that Echo caused it, You blast it like it's ashes in the wind. And it scatters. With that fear, I'm gonna let you guys keep going. Who's next?
I would like to attempt the thing I've been attempting,
Yes,
and for once have it succeed.
go for it.
Okay. I'd like to move right there.
Go for it.
And I'm going to fling my Hallowed Axe at the cairn and the
And the one that was attacking you.
yes.
Go for it.
14 with fear.
14 with fear is enough to hit it.
Do I hit both?
Yup, you hit both.
Sweet.
Go ahead and roll the damage.
Okay, 6 to both.
This thing gets wounded down from its 1 hit point again. And the Cairnstone, it is almost destroyed. You feel it. There's a lot of cracks that have been formed from your previous attacks. It's getting there. Alright, but that was with fear, and I'm going to take my turn. I'm going to activate this thing. Lyra's still in the air. Can't get Lyra. So this thing doesn't know, but it's chasing after you, and it's going to make an attack roll. And misses.
Yep.
Tries biting into you. Your armor's too thick, or you're just avoiding it. Strikes. And I'm going to spend 2 fear tokens to send out another wave. 15.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that gets me.
Alright.
That's not good.
This time around, though, you do not feel... Wow. You do not feel the presence in your minds as you did earlier. Which, there was a point of order. We forgot to do the instinct roll for you, Echo.
Oh.
Before your fire
yeah,
thing.
I missed that. Sorry.
No, you're good.
It's okay. We were
We'll
telepathically
keep it for the...
linked.
We'll keep it for... We'll say this next action for you. You'll have to make an instinct roll before you can attempt an action.
Sounds good.
But you all take 1 point of damage. Maybe that's why you don't feel the effect. You guys have just wounded it enough that its effect is not as strong. The Cairnstone is crumbling. It's your guys' go.
Well, I negated my damage with armor. Because unfortunately my minor threshold is frickin' 1, which means no matter what.
Everybody's minor is 1.
I don't know how I like that. I feel like that needs some more tweaking. But yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, Echo. Get out of there.
Yeah, I want to move for sure. I just got whacked by a friend of mine, and I don't want that to happen again. So I'm going to try and get out of the way, first of all.
You could get pretty far and still act.
I love how you're
Yeah, I
seeing
think
the
I wanna-
30 feet because you're thinking of D&D.
Well, it does say, as far as moving goes, that, yeah, close range is kind
Yeah,
of
no.
in an action situation the way to go. So try to stay kind of
Makes
there.
sense.
And I don't want to get too far away from the people who aren't attacking me, in case more plants show up.
Sounds good.
Oh, well,
Well,
Echo, I guess you changed your mind.
Wait, where did I go? I have no idea how to work this thing. I don't know what just happened to me.
You're good.
You're at the bottom.
I moved you. All right. Well,
And then I'm just gonna take another shot at the Kern with my staff.
make the instinct roll. Since we didn't do
After
that
I
first.
make the instinct roll.
Yes.
It's a 9, but at least it was with hope. No more giving you fear.
Unfortunately, your brain is kind of addled. It's difficult, but you do gain a hope from that. But unable to make an action at this moment. All right, Lyre or Raycor. Who's next? You do know that Pulse did. No, it did not. You guys hurt their Cairn Stone enough that it does not heal. Yep. Does not heal the plant creature.
I'll go.
Sweet. That's handy.
Yeah, I'll go take a blast at the cairnstone. Get this thing crumbling.
Go for it.
Instinct roll or not?
If it's your no. It appears like whatever damage you've done to the Cairn Stone, the previous damage, has weakened its effects.
So that is a 19 with hope to hit.
That hits.
That's 5 points of damage.
5 points. You
I just
fire.
remembered.
Go for it.
I was gonna say, I just remembered I rolled a 7. I can clear a stress. Yay.
Oh yeah, that's one of your numbers. You release your magical attack, Larry, at this Cairn Stone. Blasting into it, and it begins to crumble. But as it does, there is this red, crackling energy in the stone itself that as it falls apart, that's charging up like red lightning. And it bursts with the destruction of the Cairn Stone. No one else is in the effect but Haas and Mork. As I'm gonna mark down that they take a hit point each. The Cairn Stone is shattered, but with the thing shattering, you see the flower creature writhes, and you see the red glow quickly wilt on the flower parts of it, rapidly wilting away as it kind of just collapses in on itself and is no more. I believe we're just going to end the session there. Because why not?
Yeah.
Before I let you guys go, though, any thoughts?
Flying is overpowered.
Yeah.
Well, until
Yeah, I'm
you
starting to understand why they nerfed it a little.
I was kind of thinking, like, these enemies are... I did not take into consideration you could fly. I was just thinking of ground combat, and I was like, oh, right, Lyra can fly. But it still made... I think I was still able to rush flower things at, enough at Raycor and Echo. I'm just curious how much damage I actually did to you.
I am down 3 hit points and 3 armor slots. Yeah.
Out of...
My major damage threshold is 5. I'm a squishy little bean.
I am down 1 armor slot and 2 hit points.
And the hit points caused by you was from the Cairn Stone.
Yes. Yeah, I agree that I don't know how if I like the fact that everyone's minor threshold is 1.
Yeah, I don't. I do not. I did like when there was a little bit of off the bat like breather room that like
Yeah,
if you take 2 damage.
if it was like 5 or 6 as the minor threshold, that's a little bit more leeway to where if you get into that like little range
Yeah.
underneath that, that'd be like
Well,
stress.
5 is. I think that's too high. Like if it
I
was
feel like 3 or 4 or
well,
2, depending on the
two or
class or
two or
character.
three,
I was gonna say,
because you have to remember, like, you can get an armor score of 5 for free, essentially.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I
It's
was
a
gonna
it's a weird
say,
one. Go ahead.
it feels like there should be a bit more. Not necessarily a problem with it starting at 1, because like I could see it for wizards, but that depending on the class you take, I feel like should alter that base a bit more. Because like a guardian needs to be able to soak hits, and if they're
Mm-hmm.
taking a hit point at 1 damage, that's no good.
Exactly, because mine dips into guardian stuff, and it kind of makes some of it pretty pointless
Yeah, and
to take.
especially when a lot of it lowers your evasion score.
Exactly.
Because I mean, like, Mork gets hit on a 2 now.
Yeah.
If he can't soak more hits than Echo can, then he's host.
Yeah. And especially for like for instance a guardian orc, it makes sense to use stress towards that, but with the minor threshold being so low, it kind of makes that useless until you're like level 3 or 4.
plus
Yeah,
it's also the change that they made, that any damage below your minor is just negated.
Yeah.
It seems weird because it's like if you're not taking hit point damage, you take stress, right? But if 1's the minimum, there's no room between 1 and 0. Because if you take
Yeah,
0
no, but the
damage, you
thing
get
is,
suffering.
exactly. There's no
they did
stress at that point.
they did away with the stress damage from
That's what I
both.
thought.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
Yeah,
1.3 I think has no stress damage whatsoever. Like
Oh.
I
if you
think there is a
like
few instances, because, like,
yeah,
I changed my armor, because originally I had chosen the armor that wasn't going to restrict her movement anyway. Because like she didn't have great movement, I didn't take any pluses to agility, so I didn't want to take any negatives either. Um, and so when I looked the new starting the one, there is Thistlefolk armor, and it has the seamless ability, and that says when you take minor damage, you could roll a d12. If it rolls your level or lower, you may mark a stress instead.
yeah, yeah.
So I think there are still
Specific,
things like
yeah.
that, but it's definitely, I
They remove the mechanic
think,
where
still
if
needs
it's
some more tweaking.
yeah, they remove the mechanic where if it's below your minor threshold, you automatically are instead taking stress damage, even if your minor threshold is like say 5. It's just 0
Yeah.
damage whatsoever.
The
yeah.
the
Plus, it was also that they wanted, because like a lot of abilities have like stress
Use
costs and
stress.
everything. So like, because they first, from what I remember, they found that people were basically pooling stress through combat and not
Yeah,
using their abilities.
yeah. I could see that for sure, but I feel like they just need to balance it better. They have to find a way to do both, incentivize the use of abilities, and also the fact that once you're what they should incorporate and make sure is clear. I don't even know if this is how it works or not, but once your stress fills up, it's an HP damage. But does your stress then get reset or does it stay? That's the I don't
It
know.
gets reset. It gets
Yeah.
reset back to 0.
So yeah, I think if people if I think if that's like I don't know how clear that is, but like I hadn't seen that and I've looked through several times. I just hadn't noticed it really. Um
I mean, yeah, I get why they did it, because like
yeah.
if you basically build your character in the way that you only take stress damage, that
Yeah.
means you have like 6 times the health pool that everyone else has.
Yeah.
But like
It
everything,
reduces your frequency of abilities.
yeah, but everything dipping into hit points makes combat
Oh
actually
yeah.
very deadly.
I mean, I only have 6 HP total, and I'm a Seraph Dracona. Like, if it
I
weren't for
think
my
everybody
armor,
starts with 5 at least.
yeah.
I think the new was is everybody gets 6 now, and then there's 6 armor slots, and then
See, and that
yeah,
feels so weird. Like, some characters are going to be, if they're going to shift to all HP, I'm okay with it. For the most part, it's more HP damage, fine. But then you have to increase the tank's HP from the get go. You gotta have orcs have like 8 HP. I hope that Mork has 8 HP. I don't know.
Well, his is from 1.2, so
Oh yeah,
not
that's
sure
true.
what. But some insight on how I was viewing it. I am definitely seeing the minor threshold can be an issue for players from the GM's
Yeah,
perspective, like how I had numbers, like 6 guys. I'm
right.
realizing if there are 20 guys hitting you and you
Yeah,
have that low minor threshold, that's a hit point
dead.
for each one.
Yep.
That's really deadly. Um, while that's cool, like swarms should be deadly when they're swarming you, but that minor threshold is the weird spot.
Yeah.
Now, I can understand if they're doing away with stress and the minor threshold is 1 because it's just saying if you take at least 1 point of damage, you're always losing a hit point.
Yeah. I'd be happy if they just I'm fine with them like doing away with common stress damages. Like if stress damage happens via some abilities and whatnot, like that makes sense. They want to do away completely with that other form of stress damage like they've done. Fine by me, but they need to have minor thresholds be from the get-go, from level 1,
But
correlate with
but the real question
class
is
and
what happens between if minor threshold is goes up between that and 0.
I just say you take 0 damage there, like it is currently. Like if minor threshold with the current rules, if your minor threshold got to 3, you just take no damage.
Okay, so kind of
Then you
like
take
kind
no
of
HP
like
from below
D&D's
that.
like hardness scale, where if you don't at
Yeah,
least do this
exactly.
minimum amount of damage, it doesn't count.
For instance, my scales, like the fact that I have scale armor literally covering my body, but if I get hit, period, I've got to expend armor slots for 1 HP, 1 damage attacks. It's like let's be for real. This is a scratch. On the damage scale, when 16 is severe, 1 damage is a little extreme to be
Yeah, I
it
could definitely see
basically
that.
it
Yeah,
basically ensures anything that can hit you, if they can hit you, does a damage does an HP's worth of does
I
1
also
of
feel
6
like that's why
damage.
they gave everybody the flat 6 armor slots to start with.
Yeah, but I feel like it doesn't make up for the fact that like some hits at the end of the day just should do neither. Some hits to some characters should just you know what I would think would be cool?
Hmm.
I feel like if they incorporated a way to make your minor what if your minor damage threshold was half of your armor or some scaling factor to your armor class so that
Hmm.
what
armor
if
also
or,
has
or
a
what if
passive.
you wait, uh do you actually get that as a well, you do get minor damage threshold increased by leveling up.
Yeah, but it just
So
feels so weird to have a level 1 tank be so susceptible to 1 damage hits. Not that I'm a tank, but I'm just thinking of Mork right now. And it's like,
He also has 9 armor slots though, so it's like even if he uses a bunch, he's still not out.
yeah, but 9 armor slots get used up very quickly by a swarm. And he doesn't
Mark
have
is
a bunch of
Guardian, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm feeling. It's like I feel like they're getting in the right direction, getting away from stress damage, but I feel like they're also like
Maybe a
I feel like
little bump to minor for like
yeah, but it also
particular. It's also weird though because we're talking about these classes as if they have a defined role. Now, a lot of people can
exactly
customize these classes to different ways. So, like, if someone wants to be a
right.
tanky wizard, perhaps there's a way to do that.
Well,
I
that's why
was
I
gonna,
think. Sorry.
I was gonna say there is the two different ones looking at Guardian. I want to say Mork is Vengeance, which is why he has the extra armor slots. The other one is Stalwart, which does raise your damage thresholds by 2. It's not great, but it's
Yeah.
something.
At level
And then
1, that's a
Mastering
3.
in it raises an extra. Yeah, and then if you take Mastery later on the road, that also raises them by 2 again as well.
Yeah, I think that's good, but I also think that no matter which Guardian class you take, you should be able to build towards not taking a hit point damage from level 1 even. You should be able to build away from, if I'm going to step in and take this hit,
I would agree,
do
unless
I need
someone
to
says I'm a guardian that's like the sneaky, stealthy type, but I strike with
Yeah.
vengeance kind of type.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
that's why I think it would be a cool opportunity to tie armor class into it. Like if you have a thick frickin' hide that
yeah.
like kind of grounds it. It's like if your armor is high, if you're um I feel I feel like it's a way to incorporate your armor without saying, "Oh, your armor was damaged because you took a scratch." Like if your minor damage threshold is half of your armor or a third, some type of fractional. If your armor is over this, your minor uh your minor damage threshold is this. So that way the characters who are extremely tanky can kind of ignore scratches for the most part, even from level 1.
True.
Again, it's all to damage roll too, though, so it won't always, ensure that. But
Well, anyway, friends, it is almost 3 a.m. I am going to bed.
All right. See you later.
Cheers.
Have a good night.
But
It sounds like a good idea might be one, rethinking the damage thresholds on classes. Still probably needs some
yeah,
room there. But
oh yeah,
also maybe having more of the races where that's adjusted some. Because I know they changed it a little bit with Galapa with their shell. You can either add that plus to your armor, or if you choose to go without armor, that's your armor instead. But it sounds like some other ones, like you said, you've got scales and things like that. Theoretically, some blows should glance off you more than others.
yeah.
Um, so it sounds like damage thresholds per race might be something to consider as
I'll tell you
well
what I
down
would like to see. I say bring back down the armor slots a little bit, because if you I think if you do include a passive form of armor, for instance your armor affecting your minor damage threshold, I then think you won't need as many armor slots to manage, which I think would be nice, because I think once you get up into the range of what you can have, like what's your max like armor slots you could have on a piece of armor? I don't even know.
good question.
I think it gets a little too um what clumsy at a certain point. It gets counterintuitive to have to manage a
I
bunch of
think
armor
it's
slots.
every tier because there are 3 tiers to how the
Yeah,
leveling process works. When you get to level 5, you're at tier 2. When you're level 8,
yeah.
that's tier 3. Tier 1, I think you can increase your armor 2 or 3 times, and that's per tier. So if you start
Mm,
with 6, then you could theoretically get 6 more or 9 more. If you like theoretically every
holy
level up
crap!
spent it on, you know,
And yeah,
armor slots.
that feels over overkill, and not just overkill, but like I don't
But
know.
again, that's
I
that's
feel like
someone okay. That's someone spending every single level though
yeah,
on armor slots. And actually, they wouldn't even get full 9 if they had 9, because level 8 there's only 2 levels to go.
yeah.
Well, including 8 though. So
I just feel like armor in its current iteration isn't what it could be.
true.
And same with damage thresholds. That's why I'm like, because I do like that they nerfed armor a little bit and brought the numbers down, but I feel like now we have too many armor slots for in a battle where we only have a few people, but we were outnumbered. We were kind of like, well, we're not going to use up all of our armor slots when we're like
It's also a weird thing though, because it's also depending on the type of encounter.
yeah,
Because if
for
you were
sure. Yeah, I
fighting
know this
with
was
just
a lighter one.
2 creatures, right?
Yeah.
You would not nearly. You'd be like, I have too much armor.
No,
Put
that's
it
what I'm
away.
saying. I felt like we had too much armor against this many, but I think it would very quickly flip if we were outnumbered like 4-1. Like if we were up against a horde that can attack us a bunch of times, I feel like it would too quickly flip into, oh my gosh, there's no way we have enough armor to prevent these scratches from killing us. Death by 1,000 cuts.
That's true. I will say, like, my view on, to me personally, I feel like armor is fine, but obviously tweaking it to accompany damage thresholds. My biggest thing is obviously just that minor threshold. Because if I threw
Yeah.
20 small guys at you, could have died. But also,
Exactly.
you guys are level 1, so I only put 6 in there.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting thing. Maybe you guys will come up to the red-eyed wolf, and it'll be like a boss fight, and I get to test out that kind of side of thing of see how that works in a situation. But yeah, I do agree. I think it'd be cool if, like you were saying, if like half, like half rounded up,
Yeah.
of whatever your or rounded down,
Yeah, I think rounded down would be
half
really
rounded
good.
down of your armor slots.
Yeah.
So if you have a max of 7, then add 3 to your minor threshold, because you're so armored up that enemies have to do more than 4 points to actually attempt.
Yeah, because that way you don't have to decide between, oh, should I it's not grounded where these thresholds come from. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't feel like it makes sense with your character in a physical sense. That
right.
I mean, it can, but it's not very well grounded. That, oh, I need to choose between whether or not I upgrade my damage threshold to this level or my armor. But my armor is tied to armor slot. It just gets really convoluted when it could be a much simpler system that says, well, your major and severe are set based on other factors, but your minor, your minimum damage of they have to do at least this damage to mark a HP on you, gets set by half rounded down of whatever your armor strength number is. -6, so I would have a minor threshold of 3, which I still would have been hit by most of the attacks that I got hit with, but some of that damage would have just bounced off my armor, which feels like it would have made sense, because in our encounter, all that happened was either I got hit and I had to waste 6 points of armor reduction on a 1 damage hit. You know what? It feels like I'm overkilling, but I'm also damaging my armor.
It does feel a little overkill in that sense, but
yeah.
Also, gotta take into consideration, too, like, despite the rules, GMs are also gonna throw way different things at people. I don't tend my GM style is I don't tend to play easy mode ever.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, for sure.
My other players in my other group always joke around and be like, "Oh, he's just out to kill us. It's us versus the GM." And I'm like, "No, I'm with you guys. It's just I'm gonna put really difficult monsters occasionally in your path."
No, I like creatively slightly outmatched encounters where you have to. It's more than like you're not stronger than your opponent usually. Your opponent usually has some sort of leg up on you, but it's attainable that you can take them out if you're smart about it.
And the other thing, too, is depending on the players themselves. I mean, depending on the GMs themselves. I knew you had minor thresholds of 1. So when I made those little guys, it was with that in mind.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So,
for sure.
But at the same time, you all can, if it's a swarm game, you all can nuke them. 2, 3 at a time, depending on the spells and abilities.
Oh, I can never hit more than 2 targets, except for if it's a group that's within. The only time that's different
aside,
is with
aside from you, Echo can.
Yeah.
I can do it once per short rest.
Yeah.
And
but it does kind of exclude. It kind of excludes you from being able to utilize a horde enemy during level 1 or level 2 that's like just a swarm of insects that barely do damage, because that would kill us, and that's kind of funny that locusts of it. All they would have to do, like if they just did 1 damage flat, and we had to fight 20 locusts, we would die.
I will say, I am a little annoyed that Wild Flame is in melee range. Like, the fact that that the squishy ass wizard has any magic that has to be within melee range is just not a good idea. I don't like it.
It's weird that it's a melee ability, and it's for bard and wizards.
That's so weird.
Yeah, I feel like that's a weird ability.
Like, my great staff has more range. Like, my great staff can reach very far. At this point, there's no point other than hitting more than 3 people who are close to you. Like, there's really no point.
Yeah, and it honestly feels like, because you spend do you spend hope to use that?
No, it's just make a spellcast roll up against up to 3 enemies in melee range.
Oh, well, okay, then that's where it is. Because it's either you target 1 thing or you target 3. So I imagine it's not something you want to run into combat. I imagine it's more like, oh, they're coming to me. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I agree. Yeah, it does feel weird when it's.
I mean,
a spell.
I kind of get it because it's like, oh no, they're close, but there's not really solid penalties right now for just moving away from an enemy.
Agreed.
And therefore, just, stepping back 30 feet from them and like, okay, well now you can't hit me, but I can't do this thing.
Yeah, that's going to come from like when things get a little bit more complicated with like reactions and whatnot. I didn't want to play around with that. I was like, no reactions. I was like, I have 2 special abilities with the Cairn Stone that I spend fear on, and I have action tokens. Already.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, it makes more sense if there's penalties against moving out of melee range from someone. Then that's having that spell be a melee spell.
Theoretically, as GM, from what it said, is I could.
Yeah, gotcha.
But I could say you have to make an agility roll because you're in melee distance.
Yeah.
But for this one, I was kind of like, there's only 3 of you, right? If all 5 of you were here.
No, I think that was intuitive for this encounter.
Yeah. It's but there are things like that. But that also means vice versa. If I have something move away from someone else's range, they could be like, wait, do they get to escape around me? Either they have some ability, I can be like, oh, they have this ability, and it gets them out of there. Or be like, oh, you're right. That's true.
Characters need that. We need reaction features. Every character needs a reaction feature, I feel like. Or at least a lot of them. That'd be cool. I would like to see that for sure.
That would be an interesting one to have reactions.
Because I haven't seen any reaction features that only activate like if somebody moves within this range. And I would assume most of them would be melee and close, or
even the example of like a counter spell, right? counterspell reaction.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
That would
there's
would
there's
spice
not
it
a
up for
counterspell,
sure.
or is there? I know there's like something
Yeah.
that's like a dispel magic maybe, but I don't.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I think
I
there's a
feel
dispel, but I think there
I
might
feel
be a counterspell, but it's a ways up in levels.
I feel like it would
Gotcha.
definitely help the flow of combat if reactions were baked in that like there's a natural ability to react. Just like you can interrupt via fear, that we can react to their attacks
Hmm.
naturally and not just because they want to get away from initiative to a degree. A great way to do that would be to incorporate reaction abilities that don't cost an action. It's just because the enemy fulfilled a specific
I imagine like something like that, depending on what kind of reaction it'd be.
yeah.
I feel like, yeah, you could have a hope cost to it. Spend the hope
Yeah,
to
that would be
interrupt.
nice. Because
Uh,
I vehemently think there's not enough hope spending chances. Because I'm sitting at 6 hope, and
but
like
the thing is should
it's
that
hard to
be like
assist in combat.
base features, or is that specific to class or domain features? That's where the complication comes in, right?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know where you would want that to be put, but
Because
I feel like it would be a very nice
let's
addition,
say
regardless.
all the abilities, if they do have like reaction of things, but they're domain abilities. Let's say Echo picks none of them that have reaction in it. So
Yeah,
Echo will still be in the same spot of like, well, they move out of my melee range. I can't do anything about it, right? Uh,
yeah. I feel class
unless
feature.
there's a homebrew thing of like how melee combat, when people are considered in melee range of each other,
Yeah,
that there's a little bit more difficulty in just moving away because you don't turn your back on the enemy you're in melee with, or
I
scoot
feel
past
like
them
it would
unless
be
there's a threat.
because I wouldn't want to cloud up domain effects more than they already are. I like how domain effects work. I feel like it would fit nicely into class and subclass features. Like each class already usually has about a minimum one feature, and each subclass usually has about minimum one feature. I feel like it would be nice to have each class and subclass, at the very least, the class, or at the very
That
least,
that
each
that'll I
subclass
think
has
that
a
also
reaction.
comes down to letting players already have those abilities there, and
Yeah,
also making it more room on the card for changing text and everything.
yeah,
So that one I think has a little bit more logistics thing, right? To add that to
yeah,
all of them, but I definitely see it. Like it would definitely be fun and useful, but
yeah.
uh, I don't want to keep you guys too long. But yeah, there were some conversations there like that. Uh,
I mean, I had a blast this entire session, so
I hope so.
I was crying laughing at times.
I don't know what I'm doing sometimes. After all,
I
I
had
just cannibalized what I was planning for all five of you and just made it easier
yeah.
for three people. Uh,
I think it turned out well. So I mean, I feel like it was pretty well balanced. We all got out of there with about half our health gone. I got half my armor slots used, half my stress full. But I will say, and I think this is the system's fault, not your fault. My hope is always at max nowadays whenever we're doing combat, especially because combat it just feels clunky to assist someone in attack. Like you're across the map, and I like how am I gonna help you with your attack? You know what I mean?
I
But
think
that's
something like
kind of
that
like
is I think something like that is not necessarily like something like that is I don't think is much system rule set. That's more like a skill issue of like the GM should allow it or not.
yeah. But I mean, what I'm saying is that like outside of helping an ally in combat, I either have to utilize an experience in combat, which is at times it makes sense, but not very
Oh,
often,
gotcha.
and there's just not enough opportunities to spend hope in combat like there are for you to spend fear. Like we're producing more hope and fear in combat. We need to be able to
Except for Lyra.
yeah.
They were drained of
Yeah.
their hope.
Yeah. Um but like and mine may just be character specific, but none of my features require hope really, except for a couple. Forceful push does, but I don't have to use that very often. It's just the one. And then
I think it. I think for
uh
your character, it's a little bit weird because yeah, you have ways that you don't spend hope to do
yeah,
some of your stuff. So I feel like that one's a little bit weird, uh,
right.
because it's like, okay, that's specific towards your build. That's a little bit difficult to say, like, how do you spend hope in that way. But I do agree, maybe there's more ways to, like,
I think there needs to be a universal way to spend hope naturally in combat. I think that's what they're missing. Is that there's no because you start to get into the weeds if you have to remember every single feature that you could possibly pick that would help you spend hope versus oh hey you're in combat or oh hey this specific hope spending uh effect is universal. Like you could kind of like help an ally is very universal. Like you can do it no matter who you are. You can assist someone by spending a hope. It makes sense. It's natural and it's not clunky. They need something like that that fits more naturally into combat where it's like uh you know at any point you can use a hope for XYZ during your party's action phase. Like if y'all are currently doing your turn or whatever, one of you can use hope to either help yourself in some way in combat or help an ally. There just needs to be like a universal small buff or something that we can be able to do to expend some of our hope.
you know, I'll say that. I say I agree with that. There should be a way for your allies to assist you, or you to assist them by spending a hope to make whatever attack or check they have to make in combat to succeed.
Oh, you know what I'm forgetting? Combo
I was gonna
attacks.
say,
That's one of
helping
them.
an
Yeah.
ally is supposed to take a hope.
Well, helping an ally, yeah, but there's something else called a combo attack that's like separate.
One
But it's
one
only
player who
once per
initiates
session.
it, yeah,
Yeah.
calls out that they want to, they talking with another person and they want to do like a team attack, a combo attack.
And that takes 3 hope. See that there it is. I knew I was forgetting something, and that's where it's like that is but it shouldn't be once per session. I don't like that part of the rule. I hope they change that. Maybe once per long rest. That makes sense. Session.
Yeah, I mean,
Or even short rest. I don't know.
I was
It
gonna
shouldn't
I was
be
gonna
so.
make a DBZ reference, but I don't know if everybody here knows the references. I'm a weeb.
I
I'm a
don't know.
nerd. I'm everything.
I dip into a lot. I don't know if I'll know the reference that you're talking about, but I know what you're talking about, but I don't know.
Fusion.
I'm not.
Two characters
Yeah,
morphing together.
yeah,
They do it. It's powerful. But then they have to
yep,
really take a good nap afterwards. Long rest.
yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
Uh, yeah, there was a aside from some like little logistical things they have to reword. I feel like they could reword some things a bit differently. Uh,
I think for being in beta, I think this is going well for Daggerheart. I have no like I'm scared for this game issues. It's just balancing things that maybe this could feel more natural, and maybe this could feel like it makes a little bit more sense, and maybe this could be worded a little better. That's
you know
all.
what?
Like
You
I
know what
think
does make me mad and grinds my gears?
what?
Arcane Barrage's close range instead of far.
Yeah, yeah,
Magic missiles make
yeah,
it reach far. Because
yeah,
it says once per short rest, so you can only use it once. If it's something that you could
yeah,
use so long as you had hope to spend, then I'd be like, okay, fine, close range. But if it's once per short rest, I
yeah.
feel like that you should allow
Exactly.
that range to hit
Yeah,
farther
I
than close.
fully agree with that.
I know, like, my great stuff is the longest range attack I have on anything,
Yeah,
even casting a spell.
yeah. And that would probably help you a lot, wouldn't it, Echo? If you could be like, I'm going to be far away from this, but I can shoot a bunch of missiles. Uh,
That would be fantastic.
uh,
Because, yeah,
yeah.
my minor is 1, my major is 5, and my severe damage threshold is 10.
Oof, yep.
Yeah.
But I will say, I'm liking the overall. Like, I felt this session was. I'm also getting more comfortable with my character too. But
I'm trying to get used to. Well, okay. Sometimes I can't always get the path I want because it's depending on what the players choose to do. It's like if a player decides to go
yeah,
talk to a tree, I'm like, okay. I didn't
yeah, we
plan.
were stalling that a lot.
I didn't plan the tree part, by the way. The plants with thorns. That was because
Yeah.
he he decided to talk to it. I'm like, oh snap. Okay. What would the land act like? Hungry. That was all on the spot. I had to just
Well, that was into it. Like that really worked well. That came together nicely. So for being on the spot, bravo, because
I appreciate it.
it
I
it
try.
worked. It worked nicely.
And sometimes
We're
my
gonna have to.
sessions are slow. That's the other thing. Not some people like very faster pace. I try to speed it, like get to the point.
Yeah.
But you know,
I think that as far as pacing goes, I think because we had less people, we were just kind of like we kicked back a little bit at times, and we're just I couldn't help but going back and forth with Lyra some.
oh, with asking constant questions.
Yeah, because it felt too natural to look at the guy that keeps walking up to trees and standing there and spreading his wings and then putting them away, being like, this is what the plants were thinking.
The one that Echo was so sad she didn't get to see
Yeah.
was a fairy
I
talking
think
to
for
trees.
her, it's that librarian thing. Like, oh, you have this ability that I have no access to. I want to watch you do it. Let's see
Yeah.
what this is like.
It's for
And so,
research.
yeah, she was like, yeah, exactly. Like, she got to watch Raykor use his, and she was just a little sad she missed out on seeing Lyra use theirs.
Yeah.
Well, hey, uh, I don't know who. As Lyra said, they might be a part of it longer or might not, depending on how they're feeling, because their sleep schedule. Because it's
Gotcha. Yeah.
3 or 2 in the morning, depending on when we end. And even if we do end it like early, it's still 1 in the morning or midnight
Yeah.
for him. Uh, other 2 players, I have no idea. I don't know where they are.
So Mork wasn't responding either.
Mork wasn't not Haas hasn't been responding for like 2 weeks. Mork at
Gotcha.
least last time when I was like, hey, you guys ready? He's like, oh, I got a meeting.
Yeah.
But he has not responded. So,
Gotcha.
but I'm gonna
Yeah.
give him some time because sometimes stuff happens.
Things come up. Yeah.
However,
Who
that
knows?
is my biggest thing though. Is like, if you're ghosting me for long enough, I'm like, you're out.
Well,
So
I will.
I'm okay
I'll
with
talk to my.
people needing to be like extended breaks or if they have something they need to do, as long as they let me know, so that way I can plan ahead of time.
I will say, just in case, I might talk to my brother more about this game because he has an interest in trying it out too.
Okay.
And he has off on Fridays, so it's like kind of perfect. He does have theater though, so for the next couple weeks he's still going to be busy, and he probably won't be able to. But if we run into the situation where we still need a player in like 3 weeks, um, and we still have an open slot, I'll talk to him more about it coming up.
I'll say if people end up leaving or I have to get rid of
Yeah,
people in that kind of time, then I will keep a spot open for
sounds
you to
good.
invite your brother.
Sweet. Because me and him, and literally he's in theater, so this is right up his alley. And we both have played D&D together as well, and but he gets like I did theater way back when I was younger, I did community theater when I was we were in a play together when I was like 13 and he was 10, or 12 and he was 9, something like that. And he's definitely more fluid on the acting side than I am, but
You're the
and
theater
normally I'm better at
dabbler, he's
performances.
the theater kid.
Yeah, exactly. I was literally in the same theater program as him in high school, but I was in it for 3 days and he was in it for 3 years. Yeah. Which it sounds worse than it is, but it was just they screwed up my schedule, so I had to make a difficult choice 3 days into a semester, and I had to give up on having theater
Oh,
during my class schedule.
I mean, it's a shame if you like theater. If you didn't like theater, then good for you. You didn't have to do it.
No,
Uh,
yeah, I do to a degree for sure, but Seth's definitely more into it, my brother.
I've been a theater kid. Can you tell?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Uh,
But it's only because I've been around him so much, so it's like, and I would have been one if not for an act of God. And technically, I was one because I did
before divine
community theater.
intervention.
Yeah, exactly.
Real quick question. Did anyone watch Critical Role these past 2 weeks?
Oh,
Yes. And
I
I
haven't watched the most
words.
recent one now, but
But
the one
last
before I
week's.
caught up on.
The
Yes.
one I told you to watch?
Yeah.
Feels bad, right?
Yeah.
Poor
It
FCG.
In the words of Matt Mercer, thank you, Sam Riegel.
Oh. Uh, I won't say anything because you haven't seen this last session, but I'll message you, Eka, because you watched it, right? You watched the last session, right?
I did, yes.
All right.
I'm gonna catch up ASAP. I tend to miss on the Thursday release because I'm usually busy around the time it drops. I also need to be heading out though because it's getting towards 8:30 for me, and I gotta go give my girlfriend a call soon. But
Gotcha.
again, this session felt pretty great. So I mean, I don't know about how everybody else was feeling about, but
It did feel like we were a bit more cohesive together and things flowed a little bit easier. I don't know if that's,
yeah,
I don't think that was necessarily because there were less of us. I think it was just we're getting a little bit better hang of working with each other, maybe? I'm
yeah,
not sure.
Hopefully.
Get,
If
getting
not,
used to the latency, etc.
yeah. Or if not, I'll do what I normally do. I'll just start naming people. All right. Who goes first?
Well, I will
Echo.
say,
Raycor.
yeah, I think you did a good job of managing the combat, especially with that, where it was like it started to you kind of prompted it a little, but it felt natural as we went along that we would try to share actions for the most part in a way that we each got a turn. It didn't have to be in order, but we each got usually about the same amount of turns, but it also depended on the need in combat for like who needs to act first here. You like when Echo needed to run, it's like it became obvious and it felt natural that it was like um
Yeah.
there wasn't dead air happening for sure during that combat to a degree. It was just like flowing.
Yeah, and obviously I was like naming off like who goes next. I
Yeah.
don't really want. No, I'm fine. I'm fine with doing it. I don't want it to rely on me. Is what I mean.
Right.
I
Yeah.
almost said I don't want to do that, but I'm like, no, I like doing that. What am I talking about? That's not true. Uh, to where if the players become comfortable enough and trust each other, that they can just ramble on and pass it around to each other, to where I don't. That's what the state I want to get it to. But if no one's comfortable with that, I can still be like, all right, my Ray hasn't gone in a minute.
Yeah.
Raycore hasn't gone in a minute. Let's go. What you gonna do next? I'll just
Yeah.
throw them the ball.
No, I think it worked pretty well, pretty natural throughout. And even during the combat, like there were times where you were telling which one, who to go win, but it was not every single time. It was usually like maybe once every cycle. You would once or twice at most every cycle that you were like prompting the exact order, and it was like it started to get intuitive, especially towards the end and middle of the
Yeah.
combat.
Yeah, I'm trying to get better about taking some initiative on my actions because I know I have a bad habit of like stressing out and then not doing anything and just sitting here quietly, and I'm like, no, that doesn't work. That's not what I want to do.
Hey, that's okay, because you know why? I'll be throwing the ball to you eventually. I don't overlook anybody. No, it's totally cool. There, how are your thoughts on other players? Because I'm gonna be honest, I think you two are my favorite, with Mork just behind. If he will show up.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, I think I'm excited for Mort to get back for sure. I don't know, what's up with Haas. I hope he's able to come back and play, but
Yeah.
I also he's missed a lot already so far, and it kind of feels like he's been the hardest one to coordinate with overall in terms of just
Yeah. As far as scheduling
And
goes.
what's coming up. Yeah.
well, I also feel like even like as far as making an effort, like in character, he does seem
Yeah.
to be the hardest to try and create a connection and a reason to talk with.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's nerves on their part, which I totally get, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's I am not perfect at reading people. I don't know what everybody thinks. I don't know what everybody is doing in their personal lives. Uh, I have, however, dealt with a good number of people personally, because I have to GM for them. I've even had to GM for, the stories of that player, right, that you have to kick out.
Yeah.
With Haas, the player for Haas, there's it feels like there's some issues there, and I know with our Lyra player, he has some particular things he uh, like that he asks about. Also, he has certain reservations, right? And I think everybody
Yeah.
might have something of that nature. I'm more than willing to have him in the game still, but it's obviously one of those things where it's like, is he actually having fun playing this? Right? Because he explained like he hates empty air and he hates all that, but also is a part of that empty air.
Yeah.
I know. We've heard a lot about what he doesn't like. It'd be nice to hear some things he does like about the game and playing with us.
Yeah. And it's like, come on, man. You want to see this game succeed? What do you like about it? He
Well,
also
I'm
said the game
curious
was
to.
very slow, and it's like, during our first
Yeah.
session, I was like, in my mind, I'm like, well, you didn't exactly push the narrative either.
Yeah.
Uh,
I will say I'd be surprised, like if he still feels that way after this session. I'd be surprised, and then yeah, I would be a little bit like but I think especially with this session, it's like even though we had like some slower narrative parts, we didn't have the dead air. We we used that slower like progression time to fill the dialogue and like have some fun. So like if he didn't
there
have
was a
fun during
moment of
that,
dead air, but you kept
it was because I
asking
was laughing
questions.
so
You kept asking questions, and I'm like, oh, thank God, keep going. Thank
No,
God.
I couldn't know. That's why the dead air was happening. I I will say he recovered because there was a point where I couldn't ask any more questions because I was trying to stay in character for the
Oh yeah.
video because I was crying because I was just having too much fun, like stress testing his backstory and ability. And I hope he had
Love it
fun
when
with
he
that
said, "I
rather than it
sense their
bothering him.
experiences." I was like,
Yeah.
because I don't actually know what the ability does. I was just like, oh, okay,
Yeah. Well,
it's
I
canon.
like how vague it is, and I like where he's going with it, but I wanted to like stress test it for the fun of it because it sounded like it would be fun to stress. Especially with my character's experiences. It was just like, yeah, this wouldn't make any sense to, to the Trachona.
At one point, I was gonna try and liken it to communicating with like a pet, where you can get kind of an idea of what they want, but you can't necessarily ask them questions, so to speak. But he just
Yeah.
kept talking, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna let him go with
Just go.
wherever he's going with this.
Just gonna let
It was my
him
fault
create the
too.
journey.
I jumped in. I jumped in when you were trying to say that. I clarified because I knew where you were going with it, and I had already was about to tell him the same thing. So I jumped in, and I would try to stress the part about don't don't plants, not to like ground it too hard, but I was like, don't don't plants get their energy from the sun.
But it's also like,
So
do they sleep?
yeah. So
I,
I was trying to like nudge him to say, okay, does it or does it not work this way? And you tell me so I can go chop down these trees.
I mean, and it's not like it wasn't technically a valid question for someone who has no. I mean, we don't really have theoretically in this world. There's not a whole lot of science as far as
Yeah,
how plants work. So yeah, if your mother tells you that plants go to sleep at night because they need sun, who are you going to, how are you going to test this until you find someone who can talk to plants and ask them
exactly.
questions?
Exactly. So that's exactly what I was going for. And I hope it plays well for the video because I mean I was crying. And his responses like he couldn't decide and